Give the county attorney 2 more minutes, but at 8:57, we'll take care of the minutes and some other kind of administrative items. But Mr. Garcia, we probably will wait for Don to get here before we start your interview, but we will take care of some of the other things without him if he's not here by then. Of the committee to appoint Douglas County Commissioner for District 1. We will begin by doing the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the Open Meetings Act is on the wall over there, and we do have an automatic external defibrillator in case anyone needs it in the back. Madam Clerk, would you do the roll call?
Ewing?
Here.
Klein?
Here.
Esch?
Here.
All present.
So before we get to the minutes, there's just a few people I want to thank. I want to thank the Public Building Commission for setting everything up today in the room and making sure we get the mics working and all that ahead of time. I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Office for providing the security. I want to thank CTAC and Liz Bercoletti, Chris Craddock, DOTComm, the Douglas Omaha Technology Commission, and the Knowledge Network for all their help in getting this meeting to be on TV today and streamed live as well. And then, of course, I know we all would like to thank the folks on our staff that helped us prepare for this, Jane Alexander, Teresa Urick, and I believe Sarah Sargent helped out a lot as well. And there's probably some others from your offices that I'm not aware of. And I know from my office, Sherry Larson, Ellen Sexer, and Kim Bolo. So I just want to thank everybody for their work and helping get prepared for today. Second item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the committee meeting held on Wednesday, October 13th, 2021. If there are no questions or comments, I would ask for a motion to approve.
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Ewing?
Yes.
Esch? I'm sorry, Klein?
Yes.
Esch?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. So now we're moving on to the our first interview, which is Roger Garcia. So just so everyone's aware, once the first, we're taking public comment from proponents first. Mr. Garcia, are you okay with me sticking to allowing folks 2 minutes? Okay. That was but with the number of people you have here, I didn't know if you wanted me to narrow it down a little bit. And then I will also, after the proponents are done speaking, I will announce any emails or letters of support that we received. And then the last part before Mr. Garcia comes up for the interview is we'll see if there's any other public comments. And then we'll call up Mr. Garcia, and the 45 minutes is the total amount of time. So from the first proponent comes up to speak, I'll start the clock, and we'll have 45 minutes to complete everything. So with that, and proponents who are here, please, or anyone who wishes to speak, please state your name for the record. We don't need your address, but we do need your name. So with that, I would call up the first proponent for Roger Garcia. But real quick, Mr. Servion.
And I would suggest we have the line up, that way we don't take as much time in between.
Okay. Folks, if you plan on speaking, if you maybe wouldn't mind lining up, you don't need to stand up, and maybe you'd all maybe move in some order. The first row, if you wouldn't mind sitting, so we don't take up as much time. With that, I will get started. Mr. Servion, when you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Klein, Dan. I've been instructed to call you Mr. Ewing, sir. My name is Eric Omar Servion, and I'm here to support Roger Garcia for his appointment to the Douglas County Commissioners. I currently serve in elected office on the learning community, representing South Omaha and Bellevue. I also serve on many different boards, including the Eastern Nebraska Community Action Partnership, One World Community Health, and the Metro Young Latino Professionals Association. I'm a 13-year veteran with a deployment to Afghanistan as a flight medic in 16 and 17, and my personal motto is continue to serve. I came here with the risk of unprepared remarks because I really wanted to speak from the heart. I've known Roger since 2006 when we went to undergrad together. And when I tell you that he's one of the good ones, I mean it. He is somebody full of character and discretion and knows how to make great decisions that balances the very hard task of balancing the public and the budgets and the numbers. When I go to ask him when I need advice, he's my number one guy. And I mean that. That's how much I look up and respect Roger Garcia. When it comes to being in office, I'm learning myself what it takes. And Roger has it in spades. He is somebody that not only understands board governance, he understands budgets, he understands the fiscal part, but he also understands the interpersonal relationships necessary to make sure things get passed or that the public's will is put forth. Excuse me. And speaking of the public will, Mike Boyle, may rest in peace.
10 seconds, Mr. Servion.
He won, but Roger came in with 3-vote difference. That's the public telling us that if it's not Mike Boyle, it's Roger Garcia.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your support, sir.
Next proponent, please.
Hello, my name is Colleen Brennan. I am former city councilwoman for District 5, and I'm here also to speak as a proponent to Mr. Garcia. I've known Roger for about 2 years. He was actually the first person I interviewed when I had my blog, and I learned a great deal about him during that interview. We met at a coffee shop downtown where he would hold Bible study for the youth at his church. And I was quickly drawn to him, and he's the kind of man that really wears his heart on his sleeve, and I like big-hearted people. One of the things that struck me about Roger immediately is his strong love for his community and his heritage. He worries very much about his community, and keeping them safe is a priority to him. This is what I know about this man. He and I do not always agree, but he will always listen to me, even if we have to agree to disagree. He is not afraid of telling the truth, and he does it even when it's not particularly in his benefit to do so. He's a man of exemplary character and integrity. He is a proud man, proud of his community, proud of his heritage, proud of his family. He will always put the needs of his community before his own, and self-sacrifice is not unknown to him. He's a man of great faith, and he will turn to his faith in times of difficulty. He is not afraid to get in front of an issue, and he will find solutions to problems. Now, during the last campaign cycle, as we all know, he only lost by 3 votes. I know all of you quite well, and I'm certain Roger will fit in with the commission. Commissioner Maureen Boyle has spoken about her late father. And
15 seconds.
What she would say is that our opponents are not our enemies. I believe Roger will keep that spirit in this seat, and I wholeheartedly support him. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent, please.
My name's Greg Sexer, 712 South 16th Street. I own Howlin' Hounds Coffee at the same address. I've done so for 10 years. My family has been on 16th Street doing business for about 100 years. And you might know my sister, Ellen, who's always got the smile and is working. I'm working too. Today, I'm here to support Roger Garcia because he's a leader. He's a leader who can work with anybody, regardless of your background, where you're from, your political ideology. He gets things done. He'll talk to anyone at any time. 2020 taught us that Roger has the ability to build a coalition. Roger has the ability to get people to buy into his message, which is, I have the best plan for you. That's democracy. That's how it works when it's working well. And knowing Roger for the past 3 years, I can tell you that he has restored and bolstered my faith in what local government can be. What we were taught as children we could have, but don't always get. He's ready to work for the people. Roger is ready to go from day one. In 2020, the people supported him in a very, very tight race, and they're ready to do so again. Lastly, I've never met somebody who's more qualified at every level of government and who understands policy the way he does. So I give Roger my 100% support, and I thank you, esteemed members, for hearing me today.
Thank you. Next proponent, please.
Good morning. My name is Alfred Jacobo, and I've been in the food industry here in Omaha for the last 45 years, retail, wholesale, manufacturing. My family has Jacobo's Grocery on 46 on South 24th Street, and we've been here since 1976. And we originally started our store in Chicago in '63, so we've been at it for a while. And I'm here because I believe in Roger. I know he'll do a good job. He's an honest man. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Fox. I live at 3543 Walnut Street. I've lived in the Field Club Historic District with my partner, Jeff, for 8 years. I'm the owner of a small business. My partner is a veteran, and we both have a passion for our Omaha community. I dedicate a lot of my time to the community, and this is where I've become very familiar with Roger, his wife Yanira, and their family. Roger is a community-focused, smart, and talented leader. The Garcia family live a few blocks from us in the Hanscom Park neighborhood. In my community, I'm the president of the Field Club Homeowners League. We're the oldest homeowners association west of the Mississippi River. I'm the past vice president and board member for the neighborhood as well, serving for over 7 years. I'm involved with politics as the delegate for the Democratic Party, and I represent Legislative District 9 for the party as well. I'm the founder of the Field Club Farmers Market, which has been recognized by the mayor, and I serve on various other boards and committees in the community. I have a passion for impacting our neighborhoods in positive ways, just like Mr. Garcia. I respect his level of dedication, commitment, and care that he's demonstrated for many years in Omaha in his various roles. He is respected, and he's a role model for many folks in our city, including myself. The campaign Roger ran for commissioner last year was impressive. It was fair, passionate, and full of so much enthusiasm. Although Roger lost the election by only 3 votes, there was genuine respect between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Boyle, even after the results were final. This seems unheard of these days, but this is who Roger is. He's respectful, independent thinking, level-headed,
15
and
seconds.
always puts his community and the best interest first. He embraces diversity, and he's an advocate for all types of folks. I feel strongly that leaders should be elected or appointed in this situation for more than political reasons or to build their resume for the next election.
Time.
I want to see elected
Thank you, Mr.
officials
Fox.
take on the role they have a passion for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Next proponent, please.
Good morning. Unlike everyone else, I have prepared words because I can get windy. Michael Young, 8425 Sheffield Street. First, my condolences to Commissioner Maureen Boa for the loss of her father. I was always called to action, but it was her mother, Ann, who lit the fire under me to serve. And so this is a personal message from my heart and past service. As a father, native Omahan, multiple business owner, former vice chairman of Metro Community College Board of Governors serving with Roger, and former chairman of the Transit Authority for the City of Omaha for 10 years, I come before you not to talk what I've done, but more importantly, what I believe Roger Garcia can do for our community. I had the pleasure and honor to work with Roger Garcia in multiple capacities. I'd like to share with you my point of views on why Roger Garcia should be the next commissioner for District 1. 1. On the Metro Community College Board, we work together not to only represent Omaha and Nebraska on a regional and national level, with over 110 other community colleges and districts to bring best practices of diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as how our partners were making data-driven decisions around serving our communities back home here to Omaha. Something in our current state of affairs we need now more than ever at every level of leadership. A cooler head working with people, for people, and not focused on bias. 2, working on both sides of the proverbial divide of Republicans and Democrats, young and old, in our community, to bring transit proponents together to develop transit solutions for districts we weren't even representatives, but still vastly impacting our community. Those folks including City Council, Metro Community College leadership, Transit Authority leadership, and the Mayor of Omaha. If I know one thing is true about Roger, it's that he is one of the
15
best
seconds.
people I know to bring people to the table for an open discussion for change with zero recognition other than seeing positive impacts. And as a father native, Nebraska native who's Latino, I can't think of a better representative for our community. Roger is not only raising his family here
Time.
in Omaha, but he and his wife work daily making lasting impacts for tomorrow and generations to come, including his daughters. Thank you, gentlemen. I yield.
Next proponent, please. Are there any more proponents that wish to speak? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Luis Marcos. I'm executive director of the Maya organization in Omaha. We're a displaced indigenous group from Central America, and I'm here in support of Roger Garcia. And I think following what everybody has said over here, I've seen him bring people together from just all walks of life here, and most importantly, just have seen him with his family. I've seen him at every community meeting that there is possible in Omaha, and just being with the community and being with his family. I think it's just a role model that we want our children to look up to here. It's an honor to be here supporting this gentleman here for commissioner for Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Okay, at this time we will move on to, are there any, I'm going to announce the letters or emails of support that we received. Now this is after the October 13th meeting and leading up to today, so I'm not repeating any of the letters we received before the last meeting. And I do apologize if I've mispronounced anyone's name. Chris Apenick, A.W. Baum, Shara Clausen, Liz Cadena, Miguel Estevez, Jason Feldman, Maria Fernandez, Bridget Forster, Rick Fulton, Yanira Garcia, Robert Garza, Larry Goldstrom, Janet Goodman, Salvador Hernandez, Rosalie Higgs, Gary Kastrick, Patrick Laredo, Norma Leclerc, Jerry Pascal, the Nebraska Sierra Club, Stacy Rafferty, Jessica Rodriguez, Greg Sexer, Alyssa Shelton, Dulce Sherman, who also submitted a letter for Mark Martinez as well, Cammie Watkins, and Sheila Wilmot. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to make, not a proponent necessarily, but wishes to make any comments at this time? Okay, before I call Mr. Garcia up, one thing I forgot to announce is anybody who spoke today, if you wouldn't mind, please signing the sign-in sheet on your way out. There should be on the table outside of LC, and it's simply just so we spell your name correctly for the record. So, Mr. Garcia, when you're ready. right, welcome. All right, well, so the first question is, tell us about yourself and why you are the best person to be appointed to this position.
All right. Good morning to the appointment committee and everybody who's been working on this effort. I know it's extra work beyond your normal busy schedules, so definitely much appreciated. To address this question, it's kind of two parts. So the first part is kind of telling you about myself, so I'm going to try to briefly do that. It is definitely my honor to be here before you today, in large part because of my family story and knowing how much hard work and progress had to have happened in order for me to be here before you today. Without making the story too long, like many residents of the magic city of South Omaha, I am a proud child of immigrants. My mother being from Honduras in Central America, and my father from Mexico. Both grew up in extreme poverty, and both did not make it past the 5th grade. Despite these circumstances, and after making it to the United States, in their own pursuit of a better future for themselves and their family, they have dedicated their entire lives to working hard to provide for that better future. My father, Agustin Garcia, his path, once he got here, was to start restaurants. He started movie rental companies. He even started a lamp making company as well, and much more, all as an entrepreneur who was no stranger to working long hours and weekends. I remember walking through his lamp company that he had, walking through as a child and seeing this impressive operation that he built from scratch himself. Though ultimately he would say that the making of cheaper lamps in foreign markets would close his business, he never lost that fighting and forward advancement spirit that he has. My mother, Margarita Tejada, earned her cosmetology license when I was around 5 years old. And I always remember as a child seeing those mannequin heads that they would practice on as they were working towards their certificates and finding them to be a bit creepy to look at. But in any case, my mother would go on to practice cosmetology for many years and would always continue to take various courses to advance herself, including English classes and ultimately working towards her US citizenship, which she is very proud of. In one generation, we've gone from my parents selling food and shining shoes as kids in the streets of Honduras and Mexico City to a son who became a Goodrich Scholar at the University of Nebraska-Omaha and went on to not just obtain his bachelor's, but also 2 masters and almost a doctorate. I've also been able to have a successful nonprofit and public service career for 16 years now, having the privilege of being an executive director for multiple nonprofits and also serving on the Metro Community College Board of Governors as an elected official, all in one generation, due to the opportunities that this country can provide. The last thing about myself would be to share that I am the proud husband of Yanira Garcia, who's here today, and father to our little girls, Amaris and Eliana, who are in daycare currently. We are a young family and also property owners over by 36 in Vinton, just south of Hanskin Park. Now to the second half of your question of what makes me the best person to be appointed to this position. For those that know me well, know that it is not within my nature to say that I am better than anybody else. And without a doubt, you have many talented individuals coming before you today, and we all bring our unique experiences and skill sets. Some of the ones that I bring to the table would include, for example, the 14-month campaign that we ran for this position, starting in 2019 and concluding just last year. During that time, we attended many Douglas County Board meetings, City Council Building Commission meetings, followed the tax levy and budget conversations, and learned about the many county services and departments. This is valuable knowledge that I bring to the table with me alongside the backing of the strong vote count from District 1 voters that nearly clinched us the victory, with 2,476 votes for me and 2,479 votes for Mike Boyle. The 3-vote victory and the multiple recounts that went with it will definitely go down in local election history. And for this reason, alongside our personal friendship, the late and great Mike Boyle would refer to me as co-commissioner, even in public meetings and on one-on-one when we would work to tackle issues after the election and meeting up from time to time. Something else I bring to the table is my leadership style and demeanor. For example, I engaged the Douglas County Board many times during the campaign and even after the campaign, And whenever I spoke on any topic, I would bring substance, research, and examples to the table for what I was proposing or speaking to. And even when some of the board members and I disagreed, never did I speak to them in a condescending or demeaning manner. I desired to never add rancor to any debate, but rather stay focused on being solutions-focused and addressing the matter at hand. With me, you will be choosing somebody who prioritizes relationship building and camaraderie with fellow board members and also with my colleagues who are fellow elected officials at the county and at the local level. Lastly, as you've seen in my letter of application and in my resume, I have an abundance of board governance experience that is a personal passion of mine, from serving on nonprofit and municipal boards to also serving in elected office on the Metro Community College Board of Governors for 2 terms, where I was elected twice as chair unanimously by all my colleagues from both political parties. Those experiences certainly complement my educational background that also focused on efficient public administration. All of this, alongside my cross-community outreach abilities that I have and will discuss a little more further in the upcoming questions, are some of the skills that I bring to the table as a candidate today.
Okay, thank you. The second question then is, what is your priority issue for Douglas County, and how do you plan on addressing that priority?
The county, alongside many other government entities, provide various important and vastly different services to the community. So I personally would not want to be an elected official that comes in with just one priority issue, nor would I want to be somebody who may be fixated on a single political wedge issue or has some kind of tunnel vision when serving in this role. When entering any new leadership position or role, I like to get an in-depth and comprehensive lay of the land. I need to better understand all of the departments and services that are overseen by the position that I'm in, and also get some recent and current stakeholder feedback, directly or indirectly, from employees, agency leaders, and clients of the agency to see what is going well, what could be improved in the future, and how can we be an efficient and competitive employer that retains top talent. As one example of the many things that can be learned, when I spent time researching the Douglas County Health Department, the Douglas County Health Center during my campaign, I learned that it was the largest senior home in the whole state, with over 200 seniors who reside there on an ongoing basis. And I also learned that there had been some leadership turnover in the past at the health center, and even some citations from the state on needed improvements. I would love to spend time visiting the seniors there to simply get to know them and learn how they enjoy the center, and also learn from our frontline workers and leadership at the center on how we can address any lingering issues from the past while also working towards a stronger future. Also during the campaign, I learned that the Youth Detention Center averaged about 70 to 80 youths at that time, and that about 80% were continuously youth of color. Juvenile Justice Services is indeed a passion of mine, as I've worked at, for example, Boys Town, where I would literally go to juvenile court with families and would walk with them in their weekly experiences within the system and work with them to meet their personal and youth goals to be on a better pathway for the future and to ultimately exit the system. I know full well that the local system is not going to drastically lower youth detention rates overnight. I know that we're not going to lower youth of color rates overnight. But with enough diligence and best practices, we should be able to see gradual progress in the right direction. And if we don't, we need to be able to ask the essential question of why, and learn from our continued efforts and adjust them accordingly. So, as you saw in my letter of application and resume, I actually have worked in the areas of tackling health disparities in chronic diseases as well, in similar fashion to the health department. And while on the MCC board, I supported reentry programs for those exiting incarceration and also supported educational and vocational programs for those currently incarcerated, knowing that these programs drastically lower the chances of recidivism, all of which are relevant to the services and efforts of the county jail. These are just a few examples of how much of my work in the nonprofit and public sector in the past has direct ties to county services and relate back to my passion and desire to serve my local community as commissioner. Lastly, while I don't want to be someone with just one priority issue, clearly the pandemic and effects of COVID-19 on our local community continue to bring hardships to our local businesses and families, and the county continues to receive federal funding to address these issues. This will be one of my initial top priorities in regard to getting up to speed on the county's response to COVID-19 and finding ways to help the many that have been hurting during this pandemic. There are ways in which we can support our local small businesses and families that are hurting the most, and I am definitely ready to engage in those discussions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And the third question is, what else do you hope to accomplish as a Douglas County Commissioner?
Outside of the formal and required duties of a commissioner, I hope to bring some innovation to the engagement of constituents and neighborhoods within my district. As someone with advanced knowledge of social media tools, for example, I've learned ways in which one can survey local residents online to more easily get their feedback on any issue or topic, alongside being able to promote key county meetings and forums by utilizing targeted social media advertising tools. But not everything has to be technologically savvy. As somebody who loves coffee shops, I plan to introduce a Coffee with Your Commissioner, where every other week at a different coffee shop in my district, constituents can come engage with their commissioner directly. This could also complement much larger town hall meetings that I'd like to do in my district, likely to be every spring and every fall, in order to bring county information directly to constituents in evening times that tend to work better for many. I also have the idea of implementing, if allowed and possible somehow, an internship in the commissioner's office where a student pursuing a public administration or public policy degree can commit to serving a semester to aiding either myself or all commissioners so they can really learn the intricacies about local government, building the bench for future local government leaders. Similarly, I would want to allow for shadowing opportunities for any constituent of any age to be able to shadow me for a day or for a week if they so desire to learn more about what a commissioner actually does. Also helping to build up leaders in the community who can take on this role in the future. I would also like to align community agencies doing great work with relevant county agencies also doing similar work to see how we can complement and support each other. For example, how can the Intercultural Senior Center, which is just a few blocks west of the health center and also serves hundreds of seniors in our community as a nonprofit, have some kind of synergy with our own senior program at the health center? Whether it's a deep partnership that's established or just a simple one-day fun exchange between both senior centers, post-COVID, of course, there are ways in which we can all work to not just avoid duplication, but also strategically partner in the community. And with my intensive work with nonprofits and community groups, I hope to do just that. Lastly, I want to be a commissioner that can effectively engage different cultural and linguistic groups, being someone who is fully bilingual in English and Spanish, and who also actively works with agencies that serve many diverse groups in Douglas County. Just one example out of the many is the growing Karenni and Burmese population in Omaha that has been building for a few years now, coming as refugees. And one of their congregations actually happens to meet in our local church. I would pose the question of how are we ensuring that essential Douglas County information is reaching these populations and that county services are also accessible to them. These are the kinds of perspectives and efforts that I plan to bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll turn to my colleagues here. Treasurer Ewing, do you have any follow-up questions you wanted to ask Mr. Garcia?
No, I do not, but thank you, Roger, for participating in this process.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein, do you have anything you want to ask Roger?
I don't have any questions, but I want to thank you for being here. And I I love listening to your history, your background. You certainly have all the qualifications that someone would need to fill this position, so thank you for applying.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. I myself don't have any follow-up questions, so really that leads us with just if you, we still have 15 minutes. You don't need to take up all that time, but if there's any final comment you wanted to make, feel free.
I'll make it quick, I promise. In regards to a closing comment, I would say, will voting for me as the new District 1 Commissioner make some local history by appointing me as the first Latino commissioner on this board and the first millennial commissioner on this board? Sure, yes it would. But those who know me well know that I am not about titles, power, nor prestige. Instead, let me be the first to serve my neighbor. Let me be the first to show compassion, and let me be the first to seek compromise. I am all about tangible action and less about surface level talking points. I'm ready to put all of my ideas and desired efforts into action as soon as we make history today with your committee vote later today. A vote that will affirm what the District 1 voters already said with their own votes just last year in the District 1 Commissioner election. Thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you again, Roger. And thank you to all the people that came down and spoke. It is 9:31 now. The next interview is going to begin approximately at 9:45 a.m. I wasn't planning, I guess I'll bounce this idea. Should we motion to recess, or I think I suppose that'd probably be the best thing to do. Go ahead, Teresa.
Teresa York, County Attorney's Office. You have discretion. If you want to recess and then reconvene, you're certainly welcome to do that.
Well, let me ask this. Let's just do that. I'll ask for a motion to recess and reconvene at approximately 9:45 a.m.
I motion to recess, and then I also want to offer my thanks to all of the citizens who participated in this process today. Thank you very much.
Second that. Statement about thanking everybody for being here.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein?
Yes.
Esch?
Yes. And just for everyone to know, during recess, we really, if we can't talk about applicants, so if you, anyway, that's the type of discussion that cannot happen. Any discussion like that would happen on the mic. So, thank you.
Dad, do you want everybody to sign this sheet here?
Either sign, folks, whoever spoke. If you want to sign that sheet right there, the one outside on the table, just outside the door. So, thank you. Folks, while we're waiting, if anybody plans to speak, in case you didn't see the sign out there, if you wouldn't mind just signing in either on the, a non-applicant, obviously, Ms. Howard, you don't need to sign in, but anyone who wants to, there's either a sign-in sheet here or one outside on the table, so thank you. And it's just for, so we have the correct spelling of your name for the record. Yes. Okay. Committee members, I would ask for a motion and a second to reconvene.
I move that we reconvene.
Ewing.
Yes.
Klein. Esch.
Yes. All right, well, good morning, everybody. The next applicant interview on our agenda is Sarah Howard. So here's how this will work. First, I'll call up for public comment for proponents. You will have 2 minutes maximum to make your comments. And then after that, I will read into the record any of the emails or letters of support that we've received. And it'll be from the time of the last meeting completed through now, so I'm not reading any of the ones that we got before the meeting on the 13th. And then there'll be an opportunity for a public comment from folks who aren't necessarily here as proponents. And then we will move into the question and answer period for the applicant. And the whole length of time for everything is 45 minutes, and I will start the clock the moment the first proponent begins to speak. And thank you, John. If you wouldn't mind, anyone who's planning on speaking, if maybe wouldn't mind just kind of moving closer to the front so we aren't taking up as much time. So, anyway, for that, I will call for the first proponent to speak.
Good morning. I'm Danny Begley here on behalf of President Mike McDonald from the Omaha Federation of Labor, who is out of town today. I'm very proud to be sitting here on behalf of Sarah Howard. Sarah has a long history of ties to organized labor with, I always struggle with this, with her mother being in the legislature. She was a founding member of the NADE-AFSCME union. And I always say that Gwen was my favorite Howard, but for today's purposes, I'm going to say that Sarah is my favorite Howard. She served on the Business and Labor Committee in Lincoln during her time in the legislature, and her grandfather was a member of IBW 763, Guy Middaugh. So between Gwen and Sarah, Sarah's ties to organized labor have been tremendous, been a great supporter of us. I actually went and campaigned for, proudly, even before I sit here today. The Begley family has a long history with the Howards of the great work they've done in the community as public servants, but also supporters of organized labor. So as I sit here today, I can go on and on. I'm glad I only have 2 minutes because I can give a lot of great testimony on the tremendous things that Sarah has done. She is currently on the OPPD Board of Directors, where my union at OPPD IBW 1483 supported her, as well as her runs in the legislature. So as on behalf of President McDonald and the 11,500 members of the Omaha Federation of Labor, that we 100% fully support Sarah Howard would be a tremendous asset on the county board of the community that she's lived in forever, and that she will serve with great dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next proponent, please.
Good morning, members of the Appointment Committee. My name is Ben Cass at 2002 Oak Street. I'm here to speak in support of Sarah Howard. It's quite possible I would not be here today in this chamber if it were not for Sarah. I think many of us remember a time that helped us get started on the path towards politics, meeting people that inspired us, that made us feel more connected, more optimistic about the future. For me, I started on that path when I met Sarah Howard during her 2012 campaign. I found in Sarah someone who combines compassion with intelligence, kindness with sound judgment, and humor with hard work, and I know that I'm not alone. For myself and many others like me, Sarah is a role model. She represents a generation, and I believe her accomplishments will serve to inspire generations to come. There is a reason why Sarah has won all of her past races by such large margins, and that reason is her. As a resident of District 1, I would be honored to vote for Sarah Howard in 2024, and I would ask this committee to do the same here today. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate the fairness and transparency that I've witnessed in this process so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent, please.
Good morning. My name is Kim Carpenter. I reside at 5507 Howard Street. I'm a neighbor of Sarah's, and I've known her for about 15 years. In those 15 years, I can honestly say I have never heard her once say a negative word about any political candidate that she's worked with. She is somebody I know who can genuinely work across the aisle. She's impassioned by listening to others' points of view and taking them into consideration. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm so tired of this political climate that can be so divisive. So it's heartening to me to have somebody who can put that behind her. The other thing that's always really impressed me about Sarah is her dedication to public service. She's genuinely a public servant in the true sense. She's not motivated by some of the other reasons for becoming involved in politics. She genuinely wants to help her community, and I've been so impressed by her dedication to helping children and for taking up for advocating for children's welfare. So that's why I'd like to support Sarah today, and I hope you will consider her candidacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak?
Oh, sorry. The chair's too high. I'm very short. My name is Elizabeth Barrett. I signed in as Betty Barrett. I live at 1529 South 25th Street, and I've lived there for 56 years. I'm a good friend of the family, and I've known Sarah since she, well, had a lot to do with her since she was age 2, but I've known her mom since 1976. I've known Sarah to be really positive in everything she does. She was positive in the legislature. She brought forth positive bills that were passed. I don't know much about what she's doing right now with the MUD board or the OPPD board. I know they're both on boards. I'm here to support her because she's always been a real sweet, gentle young woman who's listened to everything and never refutes people's opinions of anything. She takes things into consideration, and I really believe she's the best one for this job for my area because I really feel like I can trust her, and whatever she brings forth to my neighborhood, I think will be really positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents?
I have 2 short statements to read. The first is on behalf of Mike Caban, a neighbor of ours at 3331 Davenport. I, Mike Caban, an active member of the Gifford Park Neighborhood Association since 1989, support Sarah Howard for the county board. Sarah has supported our neighborhood in our many programs like our yearly Easter egg hunt, which has been known to attract over 300 children on several occasions. Her presence and donations of stuffed animals and toothbrushes for the kids have been a normal custom of hers, like her attendance at every one of our winter banquets, and again her generous donations for the Santa's gifts at the banquet for the children's attendance. I first met Sarah at the 2009 banquet. Sarah has strongly supported Gifford Park Neighborhood Association in all our efforts to make our neighborhood a welcoming place for everyone. She has actively supported the Yates Building as a value to the community and helped to convince OPS to keep the building as a resource for the immigrant and refugee community when they were considering demolishing it to build a new school in the much too small footprint. Sarah was a vocal and eloquent speaker at OPS board meetings. She wrote letters of support, and her involvement in communications with Creighton to help in getting the new Gifford Park Elementary School built was a big plus for our community. Additionally, she was an active supporter in the effort to convince OPS to sell us the Yates Building for our Yates Illuminates vision and future community center project. Her dedication, kindness, knowledge, and professional demeanor are impeccable. And on a personal note, during a few of our challenging times when I was doubtful of achieving our goals concerning certain projects, she was always there to reassure me that we would succeed, and she was right every time. Thank you, Mike Caban. And I'm Rose Carlson at 3413 Webster Street. Some years ago, my family had the unfortunate experience of trying to find a placement for a family member with serious mental illness. In a long, harrowing series of closed doors and nowhere to turn, someone suggested we contact our state senator. The email response from then Senator Howard was one of the very few hopeful and positive interactions we experienced, and she responded in less than 24 hours, detailing practical steps we could take in our situation and expressing sincere concern. It was a memorable kindness in a dark time. If that email is an indication of Ms. Howard's ability to represent her constituents, I have every confidence she will be outstanding in whatever capacity she serves. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak? Okay. Now I will read into the record the individuals or organizations that sent in emails or letters of support for Sarah Howard. Brad Ashford, Brad Bird with the Steamfitters and Plumbers Local 464 Union, the Building and Construction Trades Council, Nick Brotzel, Mike Cabin, Senator Carol Blood, John Carpenter, Kim Carpenter, Lily Carther, Maggie Cope, Glenda Cottom, Joy Dahl, Maddie Fennell, Lisa Fricke, Julie Johnson, Jack Hubat, Senator Steve Lathrop, Senator John McCollister, Senator Mike McDonald, Christine McVeigh, Julie Morrow, Lois Miller, Colleen and Dave Richardson, Meg Rutledge, Morgan Ryan, Jessica Schuerman, Lisa Schoenberger, Senator John Stinner, Mary Walsh, Senator Matt Williams, and Teresa Zingale. And I apologize if I mispronounced anyone's name. And hot off the press, if you will, a letter from Senator Mark Coulterman. Okay. Are there any comments from any other public comments at this time? Go ahead.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I just want to echo what Ben Cass said about this committee. I think it's been a good process. I think you guys have a lot of things to consider to replace Commissioner Mike Boyle's vacant seat. I want to add that I think you should consider the diversity in this district. I think that would be an appropriate way to look at broadly, considering all your candidates. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Menace. So, okay, any other public comment? All right, well, with that, Ms. Howard, when you're ready. So we will start off with our first question, which is, tell us about yourself and why you are the best person to be appointed to this position.
Okay. Well, good morning. So first, I want to thank the three of you for all you're doing and have done to ensure a fair and transparent appointment process. I'm grateful for the time you're taking today to speak with me, and I appreciate how difficult this decision must be for you. Thank you for considering me to be a qualified candidate to replace Mike Boyle. I thought I would start our conversation today by telling you the things that you can't see on my resume. So I'm going to start with my path to public service. So why I ran in the first place a long time ago, why I was interested in serving on the county board, and the work that I do now. So sort of digging into that. What you probably already know about me is that I was a second generation legislator. It was the first time that a daughter had ever replaced her mother in the history of the state of Nebraska. What you can't see from my resume is that right after my mom got elected, I immediately left town. I actually went to law school in Chicago and had no intention of coming back to Nebraska. Sorry, Mom. I specialized in law school in child and family law and tax law, and my first job was what I considered my dream job out of law school. I was working at a nonprofit that did maternal and infant health policy. So basically, I was trying to get health care for moms and babies in the state of Illinois. And I was at that job for a month when my sister Carrie actually passed away. And I had a really great grief counselor who told me not to make any big decisions for a year. But when that year was up, I just knew that everything I cared about and everyone that I loved was back here in Omaha. And so I moved home. But when you move home in your 20s in Omaha, a lot of your friends have either left and gone to grad school, or they've gotten married and they have kids. And so they didn't want to hang out with me. So I was very busy during the week. I was working at One World Community Health Centers in South Omaha. But then on weeknights and weekends, I had a lot of free time. So I started following my mom around to all of these different events as she was finishing her term in the legislature. And at almost every event, someone would come up to me and say, I didn't know you, I knew your sister Carrie, and on Tuesday nights I brought your mom hot dishes and left them on the porch. I just wanted to make sure that she ate. And on Sundays I drove your mom to church because I just wanted to make sure that she was getting out of the house. Or One of our neighbors would walk my mom's dog when she had late nights in the session, which is something that Carrie always did for her. And so I felt like there was a community that was taking care of my mom and my family when I couldn't be there. And so when I ran for the legislature in the first place, it really wasn't about me. And it was clearly not about the money. It was really about giving back to a community that had taken care of my mom and my family when I couldn't be there. So after I was finished in the legislature, so my husband and I are big savers, my husband Doug, and so we had a plan, which God laughs when you make plans, so that's great. The plan was that I was going to take a break from the legislature. I was going to take a couple months off. We had saved a lot of money, and I wasn't going to worry about finding a job or my next steps. I really didn't seek out next steps because the legislature was really hard. And 8 years was a lot. And so what ended up happening, and the reason why I even considered county board, was in January of 2019, Mike and Ann Boyle asked if Mom and I would go to lunch at Greek Islands, and I thought it was something like work-related. At the time, I was running for a chairmanship in the legislature for Health and Human Services. And I really was not even thinking about the 2020 election cycle. And Mike and Ann sat down and asked if I would consider running for his seat on the county board. And they really made a hard sell, and I remember this because I journal almost everything. And so I go back to this journal, and they are talking about how proud they are of my accomplishments, and particularly in the area, I've done a lot around opioid legislation and abuse prevention because of my sister, and Ann was just wild about that. And Mike wanted to be able to step back from this position safe in the knowledge that it was being left in good hands. They shared that Ann was not well, and he wanted to feel a comfort that it was being passed on well. A month later, Ann had passed away. Ann was a person who mentored me. She was one of the people who gave me one of my first checks when I ran for office. She spoke at my sister's funeral and called her a word starting with a B. Anyway, she said that at her funeral, and she was such a part of our family, and such an intrinsic part of our family. And so then, when in March of that year, Mike came back to me and said, "You know, the county board is all that I have. Would you consider not running?" And I said I was happy to, because I respected him and Ann. But also because I fully understand the difficulty of a public grieving process. If I hadn't lost Carrie the way that I did while Mom was serving, I wouldn't have understood what Mike was going through losing Ann while he was serving. And so I do feel like I made the best choice. Okay, so no more sad stories now. So since then, I've been approached with several opportunities, and for each one, I always consider whether I can provide value and whether I'll be learning from the experience. And so what you can see from my resume is that I currently work at First 5 Nebraska as a policy advisor. They focus on early childhood development, but what I get to do there is a lot around maternal and infant health policy. So it literally goes back to my dream job in Chicago, which was doing health policy for moms and babies. First 5 Nebraska is and continues to be supportive of my work in public service, and I did receive their approval to put my name in for this role before I submitted it. I also currently serve on the board of directors for OPPD, a role I was recruited for by former director Ann McGuire, and while I'm still learning the ins and outs of public power, I do feel like I'm providing a strong governance perspective for a very new, young board. In both roles, I feel I'm providing unique value and perspective, and also growing and learning. So finally, I just want to highlight 3 clear skill sets that I believe I could bring to the county board, which you've probably read about in the letters of support, and you've heard a little bit about from public comment. But the 3 that I want to highlight are expertise and openness and calm. I don't feel calm now, but this is because this setting is very stressful. Okay, so for expertise, as a senator, I was known to read every bill that came to my committee and dig into the language on an issue so that I could speak authoritatively on the floor. The areas of expertise in particular that I feel I could bring to the county board are things around child welfare and juvenile justice. Not only did I have a mom who was a social worker for 34 years, but I was on the committee for 8 years tasked with oversight of child welfare. I clerked in the juvenile court of Douglas County when I was in law school, and I do feel like I really can dig in and understand that issue. The other issue that I think is coming up to the board that I can provide value in is long-term care. So we think about the Douglas County Health Center. The challenges there are often around two pieces. One is billing, so that's predominantly CMS funding, Medicaid and Medicare. And then the other one that we're running into right now is a nursing shortage, is a workforce issue. And finally, I have a lot of experience in public health, and that is because I was chair of the Health and Human Services Committee during a pandemic. And so I really understand the statutory framework and the challenges to counties around public health. The second thing I'd like to highlight is openness. So throughout my career, I've worked really hard to ensure that I'm approachable by constituents, interest groups, and opposing viewpoints, because I truly believe the more angles you are able to view an issue from, the more informed your decision-making will be. And finally, I am very calm. You might have read it from some of the letters from my former colleagues, but I have never been the person who rushed to the microphone in the legislature to, get my 5 minutes in. I've never posted polarizing viewpoints on my social media. I really tried to bring a sense of unity to a very contentious role and a very contentious environment. What you won't see on my resume is that for the 2 years that I chaired the Health and Human Services Committee, which is a 7-member committee, made up of folks with very different viewpoints, predominantly people who were not members of my own party, even though we are nonpartisan. All but a handful of our bills that we sent to general file came out unanimously. So if you spend any time in the legislature, it's very rare. You'll see a lot of split votes. You'll see a lot of half and half. That's not how we handled things in my committee. The other thing you won't see, you'll see that I worked on an investigation around the youth rehabilitation and treatment centers. But what isn't written there is that we found YRTC Geneva in crisis, and we conducted an investigation in 4 months, authored a 600-plus page report, and built a statutory framework for the YRTCs. We passed maybe 15 bills in a Christmas tree form. We passed them. We built a statutory framework out of nothing in the middle of a pandemic. So essentially, we created a statutory structure for kids that didn't exist before because we were able to build trust in that committee. I can say more. I know this has been a long opening statement. I've done a lot around governance and process and mentorship and coaching of other leaders, especially young women. So in conclusion, I believe this background and these skills do make me the best person to be appointed to this position. Thank you.
Well, thank you. All right, so the second question is, what is your priority issue for Douglas County, and how do you plan on addressing that priority?
Okay. This is a good question. Okay. So the first thing I want to say is that the Douglas County Board has more issues coming before them than I've seen before, more sort of contentious and challenging issues than I've seen before. But I want to make it really clear that if you appoint me, I work for the district. So my first step isn't to impose my thoughts on my own priorities, but it's rather to do what I did every year when I was a senator and send out a survey of issues to the district to get their feedback on what they want me to be working on. This work, especially public service, as you know, is not about me. It's about the people that we represent, and it would be about the people that I would represent. To answer your question, though, I do see several priorities for the county board. Some of them I've listed, but a lot of them are around mental health, public health, workforce corrections. All of them are vying for, amongst themselves, for urgency. I really struggled to be able to identify just one priority to share with you today. And so I picked the priority that I feel where I can provide the most value, and that's around child welfare and juvenile justice. Technically 2 issues, but I feel as though they're intricately intertwined. On the child welfare side, Douglas County is on the brink of a crisis with the St. Francis contract situation entered into by the state. There is no other applicant that you're considering who understands better the history of privatization of child welfare in our state, the statutory challenges, and exactly what happens when a contractor leaves a county, the way KVC did when they left Lancaster County. And the St. Francis situation places a burden on our court system and more concerningly harms our most vulnerable citizens, right? And so it also ripples into other areas of concern. So I think the one that sits on my heart the most is that there are kids who are St. Francis kids sitting in DCYC right now who should not be there, right? These are abuse and neglect cases, and they're sitting in the wrong placement. They're in a detention center, and they should not be there for lack of another placement. This is a problem. On the juvenile justice side, I am anxious to see the impacts of the new Juvenile Justice Center and the programming within it. And I do want to share a little bit more of my background in regards to detention specifically. So I mentioned the YRTCs. In August of 2019, we found out about the crisis, and a big part of what happened in Geneva was stemmed by a higher population of youth and a smaller footprint. So they had less space to put the girls in because they kept popping the sprinklers. And so then they were cramming them into a smaller footprint. At the same time, they were lowering their investment in programming for the kids. So there was nothing for them to do but sit in a smaller space, right? So of course we're going to have a problem. I truly believe that diversion through programming as opposed to detention is critical. And just the proof is in the pudding. I'll say I passed legislation around sort of programming that would support families, specifically around multisystemic therapy and functional family therapy. Sometimes it's called MST, FFT. So I worked with probation and the Chief Justice to pass this bill to save them money so that we could bill for this service, and ultimately provide families with some support so that their kids wouldn't end up in detention. I also want us to be realistic about how much space we have and how much space we might need in the future when it comes to detaining youth, but I really, really want to focus on pre-adjudication services and providing assistance to youth before they ever enter the court system, much less a detention center. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. All right, and then the third question then is what else do you hope to accomplish as a Douglas County Commissioner?
Thank you. So initially, I had wanted to accomplish more in the area of mental health on the county board. When I thought about this question initially, I thought, you know, as the three of you know, my sister Carrie struggled with opioid addiction, and so finding ways to support more mental health services and substance use disorder access is really important. And the opportunity for me as somebody who sort of understands all of the players to bridge the gaps for funding in mental health, so those funders being Region 6, Medicaid, private funders to create new access to mental health services, that would make my heart feel really full, and I think leave a legacy for other families that have struggled like mine. That being said, I think there's a more urgent accomplishment that I would want to consider right away, and that would be supporting public health and the Douglas County Health Department during the vaccine rollout for boosters for high-risk individuals, and then also, hopefully, when they approve a vaccine for kids 5 to 11, supporting the Douglas County Health Department as they roll that out and get more kids vaccinated. Even though our COVID numbers have declined, I want us to be realistic. We are not out of the woods when it comes to COVID and its variants. And so I think a more urgent accomplishment would be supporting the public health department in that vaccine work that they need to be doing right now. Thank you.
So our fourth question for you, since you currently do hold another elected office, if you currently hold an elected office and that office conflicts with being a Douglas County Commissioner, will you, if appointed, will you be resigning from that office and assuming the position of Douglas County Commissioner?
This is a good question, and there's a very quick answer. So my intention would be to follow the law as written. So Section 32-604 does allow me to be able to continue serving on the OPPD board as well as the county board without a conflict. Should a conflict arise between the two, which I think is also a consideration, I would really consider the facts to decide which board I would recuse myself from voting on. And we see recusals very often on the county board already.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll turn to my colleagues then. Did Mr. Klein, do you have any thing you want to ask Ms. Howard?
I don't have any questions, but I want to thank you for your clear public service and your history of public service and the example that you have set as a public servant. So thank you for your service, but I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, I don't have any questions either, but I would like to thank you for participating in this process, certainly. I believe this is, and I'll say this again later, probably one of the most talented group of people applying for a position that I've seen in government, and I am in my 40th year. So thank you for being part of this process, and thank you for your service to this community.
Thank you.
And I don't have any questions either. I just echo what they said, but then also just the personal story about Carrie was, I'm sure maybe you made it look easy, but I'm sure it wasn't. So that was, anyway, well done there. Really finally, and you certainly don't need to take up the all remaining 14 minutes, but if you have any final comments you'd like to make now's the time to do so.
That's good. I have 20 pages prepared for the closing. So I do want to thank the three of you for your time and consideration today. Sincerely, I've been in your chair and had to make hard decisions. This is not an easy one. And I've said from the beginning, if nothing else, I'll learn from this process. I feel better when I'm learning and growing, and I feel better when I can, regardless of the outcome. There's a lot I didn't get to cover, right? I didn't get to talk about law enforcement or corrections, and I really didn't get to talk about ARPA fund utilization, which is a whole bucket of weeds. Ultimately, though, I do want to say I really do agree with Mr. Klein's statement from last meeting. I honestly wish this was just a race. If this was a campaign and I could knock 1 million doors and talk to 1 million constituents, I would feel very comfortable with the outcome because I work very, very hard in races. I'm not very competitive by nature, except for passing bills and campaigns and Scrabble, which is why I don't play Scrabble with my husband anymore. And so I think ultimately I agree with you. This is a very strange process, and a campaign and a special election would make a lot more sense given the length of the term. But what I want you to take away is that I'm so grateful for the efforts that you've made in this process, and I'm so grateful for all that you do already for our county. So thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, before we ask for a motion to recess, I just do want to announce to everybody here and those watching that the next, in case it was a note post on the clerk's website, but our next applicant who was scheduled at 10:30, Daniel Martin, he actually withdrew his application on Wednesday, October 20th. So there will not be an interview at 10:30. The next interview will be Mark Martinez at 11:15. So I would ask one of my colleagues to make a motion to recess until approximately 11:15 a.m.
I move that we recess until 11:15 a.m.
Second.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein?
Yes.
Esch?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Thank you. would ask for a motion to, and a second to reconvene.
I move that we reconvene.
Second.
Ewing,
Yes.
Klein, Esch.
Yes. Okay, so before we get to the interview of Mr. Martinez, one thing I meant to read into the record at the beginning of the meeting was I actually did receive a letter of support for an applicant who did not advance, but I still want to read into the record. Ann Smolsky sent in a letter of support for Don Blankenship. So now we were up to our 11:15 a.m. interview, Mr. Mark Martinez. So before we get to the questions, the first thing I will do is ask if there is proponents who would like to speak. Go ahead.
Just a note here, I've already signed in out front. Do I sign in on this sheet
No,
as well?
you're okay. Thank you. And just a reminder, you do have, and real quick, Janet, Mr. Martinez, I'll start the clock. Once Janet begins speaking, the 45-minute clock will start the whole interview, including proponents or any other comments and your answers and questions, the question and answer period, the total allotment is 45 minutes. So Janet, thank you whenever you're ready.
Janet Bonnet, 4502 South 14th Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68107. I am a resident of District 1. You all have received already the letter, which is kind of lengthy, that I sent in support of Mark Martinez. I am here again to emphasize my support for him. And out of that letter, I hope that the message that you received was that Mark has a steady and consistent history and spirit of service to the community. And that would be whether it was in his official capacity as a police officer or as an elected official. He's born and bred in South Omaha. He knows the people of South Omaha inside and out, and he is an active part of our community. Beyond the jobs he may have had and beyond the office he held, Mark's attendance at meetings has not been dependent upon those jobs. He didn't come because he was a police officer always. He was there for us even without his uniform. And when he was an elected official, he was easily reachable and quickly responsive. Those are two very important things. The learning curve for knowledge that he would need in order to be the best of the best as a county commissioner for District 1 is something that he will need to learn, because those issues and those approaches and the laws change across time. He's adaptive. He has a background in political service for the community, and so he knows how things work. He also, in my mind, the opportunity to hold this type of a selection for an open office in the county commission is important, because you got 14 possible candidates here, and then you narrowed it down to 8, and now I'm sure you're narrowing it down even farther. Those people would not have been part of a general election again, or of, anyway, so you have a great pool of people that you would not have if they had had to run a full course campaign to get elected. And I hope you support Mark and see his value both to the community and to this commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak? Okay. Oh, okay.
Morning. Hello, I am Dr. Dawn Earlbeck from Creighton University. I'm the director of the Criminal Justice Program at Creighton University. I reside at 2936 South 159th Circle, 68130. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Mark in probably a rather unique capacity. And I'll start out by letting you know how I first became acquainted with Mark. So back in the late 1990s, when I was conducting some graduate research, I was referred to Mark as someone who was a leader in the Latino community. I was doing research on the Latino community and Latino police officers. So I was referred to him, and I can't, I'm trying to express to you how meaningful his assistance and the relationship I was able to develop with him in that capacity became, because what ultimately I, as a researcher, was able to systematically observe and determine in my capacity as a researcher as a result of that study. And I have to make an aside here and say my research ethics would prevent me from disclosing any personally identifying information. But, so Mark probably doesn't even know this, but he's given me his permission to share this and has no idea what I'm going to say. But at the time, he really stood out in the things that I was able to document from what he had to say. And as you know, as a researcher, I have multiple triangulated ways of getting at information that aren't obvious to the respondent. One of the things that really stood out to me was interviews and focus groups with community members, multiple groups with community members and community leaders from the Latino community. And his name consistently came up as an officer from the Omaha Police Department that they were able to turn to.
Maybe you could, I'll let you finish, but the 2 minutes has, but I will let you finish.
Yeah, they were able to rely on him, whether he was on duty, off duty, and I've been able to consistently follow his career path and see how incredibly successful he's become. And I think it really is because of that degree of integrity and consistency and commitment. And obviously he's capable, and I'm sure you have others that will really speak, you know, in his capability in these other areas. But having that insight from someone that can document it objectively, I hope is informative to you, and it's a pleasure to speak on his behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak? All right, I will read into the record some of the emails and letters of support that we've received, and it is since the meeting on October 13th through today, so I'm not rereading any of the letters that we mentioned at the October 13th meeting. So John Mackiel, the Nebraska chapter of Latino police officers, Dayan Quintana, Kenneth Rundy, Dulce Sherman, who also submitted a letter for Roger Garcia, and Mia Summer, and I apologize if I pronounced anybody's name incorrectly. Are there other comments, other public comments at this time before we get to Mr. Martinez? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Martinez, when you're ready. Hey, welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll get right to it. So the first question is, tell us about yourself and why you are the best person to be appointed to this position.
Okay, if I could, I'd like to first publicly thank those that supported me, Janet and Dr. Earlbeck here today. And thank you three as well. All three of you have had distinguished careers, and I'm sure that's not a benchmark that I'm hitting, but thank you for your service. So I hope in answering this first question, and I'm not sure it's a benchmark that you noted as a positive on the first question, but in answering the first question, I hope what jumps out at you is where my heart's at. I know you can't, you can't touch it, you can't see it, but certainly in my answer, I hope at the end, especially after this first question, that you understand and you can feel where my heart is. So as Janet said, born and raised in South Omaha. Spent the first 25 years at 19th and J Street. And then the next 37 years in the area 46th at T Street. My wife Cindy and I have raised a family there, and we didn't feel the need to move into the suburbs or elsewhere in the city. It's where our hearts are. She's also a South Omaha woman, and so we stayed. And I've been involved in the community both professionally as a police officer, as a U.S. Marshal, but also on the community end, tried to do my part. And so, again, I know the area intimately. I attended South High School, a proud South High Packer, went out to UNO, a proud Maverick. I attained a degree in criminal justice with a minor in public administration. And while I was with the police department and raising a family, I returned to school and earned a master's degree in criminal justice with an emphasis in public administration. I'm sorry, let me correct myself. The undergrad was a minor in sociology. And at South High and at UNO, I was a student athlete. So I began, was blessed enough to be a student athlete, and I began to acquire the life skills that one acquires through athletics, sportsmanship, teamwork, hard work, work ethic, rewards as a result. And so I attribute, I think those have served me well up to this point, my exposure to athletics. So after graduating the first time, I was hired by the Douglas County Sheriff's Office in a civilian capacity in the crime lab. It's popularly known now as the CSI. So I went out to crime scenes and processed crime scenes, a good introduction to law enforcement and criminal justice. After nearly 2 years, I believe, I was hired by the Omaha Police Department. And I would talk a little bit about my experiences with the Omaha Police Department in the nearly 24 and a half years I served. And so as a patrol officer, at the patrol officer rank, I had numerous assignments. I taught in the police academy, taught police recruits, and in-service trainings for veteran officers. I worked in the crime prevention unit. I staffed a community services office in South Omaha, the first of its kind in Omaha, partly because I was not fluent in Spanish, but bilingual in the sense that I was proficient enough to communicate with our growing Spanish-speaking population at that time. I spent some time in the schools with young people. I thought that was a valuable lesson and assignment for me to be able to go into the schools and interact with young people and understand where they were coming from. But by and large, the most important assignment I had at the police officer rank was working the street in the police patrol car, answering radio calls. That is where we learn about life. Any police officer that works the street for any significant period of time would earn a PhD in life. And, I began to see the criminal element and understand protecting the community, protecting myself, juvenile crime, child victim crimes, violent crime, the gang problem that was surfacing about that time in Omaha. But the thing I think that stood out at that particular time was some of the situations I saw families and young people in that were frankly heart-wrenching. And so at that time, what my parents had taught us and reinforced to us about helping the needy and helping young people and getting involved in the community grew exponentially with me. And I made a commitment at that time to do what I was able to do, be the best police officer I could be, make things safe, but also on the other hand, do as much as I could in terms of helping the community and helping young people stay out of trouble in terms of prevention and intervention. I was blessed enough to rise through the ranks. I had aspirations to use my talents at the sergeant level, the lieutenant level, the captain level, and the deputy chief of police level. And I was able to do that. And when you're a police officer, you begin to build your skill set, especially in the area of communication, both written and the spoken word, as well as some problem solving. You know, there's detective work on the street, problem solving, problem analysis, those sorts of things. As a frontline supervisor, your skill set expands just a little bit because you begin to see issues within the community that you're responsible for, that your officers might bring your attention to, or they might come down from a captain of the precinct. And so your skill set begins to expand. At the mid-level lieutenant rank, mid-level manager, if you will. And I've been a person that was never satisfied with the status quo. I've always tried to do my best and improve whatever it was I was doing at that particular time. Whether it's community or my profession, my job. And I mention this because at the lieutenant rank, one of my assignments, I was overseeing the narcotics unit, the gang unit, the vice unit, the Metro Fugitive Task Force unit at our offsite. And I noticed that we did a lot of enforcement with gangs, again, because it was progressing at that time, scary stuff, new issues. But I also saw when our gang unit officers saw a young person or young people on the fringes, perhaps being seen with gang members, not sure if they were going to get involved or not, what were we doing with those young people at that point? Just IDing them and documenting them. But so I implemented an intervention program, home visits. My instructions were to have those, to the sergeant, to have the officers identify those fringe, if you will, young people, and to do home visits, which led to hundreds of home visits, and I'd like to think was impactful and made a positive difference. At the captain rank, I was the captain of the Southeast Precinct, captain over multiple shifts. I like to call it being the sort of the police chief of the precinct. In that I had a lot of say in implementing programs, and certainly with the blessing of the police chief and the deputy chief. But you get a lot of say, and so I was pleased with that. I was pleased to be able to work in the precinct where I grew up. I still had family members and friends living. It was a dream job. A couple of things stand out, actually. I was able to go to the South, it's called the SONA, South Omaha Neighborhood Association meetings. We chaired those meetings, and it was where all the neighborhood association representatives gathered at the precinct building to talk about issues and problems that they were having. So it was an opportunity to, again, expand my skill set and to learn about the systems that are in place. the city, the different city departments, different resources, how to bring those together to address issues and address problems. At the captain rank again, multiple shifts, multiple officers, certainly a lot of work, but one that I embraced. At the deputy chief rank, I oversaw the Uniform Patrol Bureau, which includes all 4 precincts now. And so multiple layers of command officers, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, and of course officers. And I began again to expand my skill set, because at the captain rank I oversaw large events like the Cinco de Mayo and Septemberfest, and I helped manage those from a law enforcement standpoint. Now at the deputy chief ranks, the events get a little bit larger, the College World Series. And so we're collaborating with multiple agencies, both city, state, in some cases federal, multiple law enforcement agencies. And so again, my skill set began to expand with each rank. When I retired from the Omaha Police Department, I was recommended by then Senator Ben Nelson to be the next U.S. Marshal for the District of Nebraska. It involved a rather lengthy vetting process, which included an extensive FBI background check. I was able to attain a top secret clearance and an interview at Maine Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. And so then I was appointed to be the U.S. Marshal for the District of Nebraska by then President Barack Obama. And I didn't know a lot about the U.S. Marshal Service. I know they ran our fugitive task force. They supplied funding and that sort of thing. And so my experience with them was minimal. And so, I had done a little bit of research, talked to some folks. Going in, I did a lot of talking, obviously, with staff, both sworn and non-sworn, and other people in the court family, so to speak, the U.S. attorneys, the judges, U.S. probation and parole, and learned about the U.S. Marshal Service. It was a well-kept secret. People didn't really know. It kind of flew under the radar. And so a couple of things I noticed about the Marshal Service, and it goes back to me not being satisfied with status quo. At my swearing in, I promised those in the U.S. Marshal Service and the judges and so forth that by the time I left the Marshal Service, it would be a better agency, and I'm confident that it was. But one thing I noticed, there was no interaction with community. I asked the folks there, what are we doing with the community? And they looked at me like I was from the moon. And so I incorporated a culture change. We're going to work with community, which is going to enhance public trust and build that bridge with community. And people are going to know about the U.S. Marshal Service and what we do. And we had an activity with young people at South High's new field where we threw around kicked around the soccer ball and did some athletic activities and had some talks with young people, and invited an educator, a physically challenged educator, to come in and do a lunch and learn and to talk to deputies and other court family people about her challenges. And so it was my way of trying to incorporate the importance of interaction with community to the Marshal Service. The other thing I did was, my sense was throughout the state, we had a service to offer local law enforcement, state law enforcement, but that was not a well-known fact. And so I jumped in the car and about a 2 to 3 day schedule, meeting sheriffs and police chiefs on the local level, and explaining to them who we were and what services we had to offer. Primarily, if you have a fugitive, a dangerous fugitive that you need help tracking and apprehending, you let us know because we can help there. And again, I think it goes back to my drive and my passion for not being satisfied with status quo. On the community side, I've served on numerous boards. I started, I believe, with the St. Stanislaus School Board, where our children went to school, felt the need to be involved with their education, and what better way but to serve on the school board. And so that was a good introduction to how a board worked and Robert's rules and that sort of thing. I interviewed for a spot on the old Chicano Awareness Center, now the Latino Center of the Midlands Board of Directors, and served there as well. And again, with these board appointments and involvement in the community, my skill set grows into into how boards work and how they help community and governance. I ran for the Omaha Public School Board and was elected. At the time, there weren't a lot of candidates, and I thought, what a shame. What could be more important than educating our most valuable resource, our young people? And so I look at that experience. I look at the Douglas County Board, and I see some commonalities. I know the Douglas County Board, there's committee work. I understand how meetings are run with the Omaha Public School Board. I chaired committees. I dealt with, as the other board members did, with disgruntled citizens. Citizens are concerned about issues, both as a whole in meetings and in my own district. So I see some commonalities there, and I think that would serve me well if I was chosen. I've done plenty of other, I want to make certain that I have time for other questions, but certainly plenty of other community involvement organizations, our local chapter of Latino Peace Officers Association, and I may talk about that a little bit later. PACE, that I'm a volunteer at, Police Athletics for Community Engagement. Volunteer in the Police Athletic League at the South Omaha Boys and Girls Club, where we engaged with young people years ago. Victory Boxing Club, I've always tried to support, be able to help put them in the building that they're currently in. Made recommendations on people to serve on their first board. And now the Reverend Servando Perales, they own the building. To the best of my knowledge, have a very strong board, and they're flourishing and helping young people daily. And so that, in summary, that's my passion, my long standing contributions, but both public service and my profession, and on the community end, serving on boards and in other manner.
Okay. Thank you for that. So the next question then is, what is your priority issue for Douglas County, and how do you plan on addressing that priority?
Well, let me address that this way. I think when you're talking about the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, and you're talking about taxpayer money and responsibility to the citizens, I think all issues are important. Certainly there are issues that surface that could be controversial, could be important in other ways. So I understand that, but I really think all issues are important. And I will also preface my answer with, one would be smart to be informed about issues that maybe one isn't real familiar with, but can certainly learn about and be educated about, whether it's talking to other Douglas County board commissioners or other stakeholders involved in these issues. You have to approach that, because if you vote or make decisions when you're uninformed, it's probably not going to be a good outcome. It's probably not a healthy way to go. And so I just preface it with that. The Juvenile Justice Center has been an issue for quite some time. In my time as the U.S. Marshal, I educated myself on correctional issues, not so much juvenile side, but I needed help with federal prisoners, and so I sat down with Mark Foxhall, former director of Douglas County Correctional Center, and then Bob Houston, who was the warden for on the state end for Nebraska, and learned about their issues, learned about their challenges, and worked out a deal where we, housed some prisoners and some inmates in their respective institutions. And so I know a little bit about that. But what I'm more concerned about than aesthetics with the Juvenile Justice Center, and certainly there's some important things about appearances, but I'm more concerned about services for young people. I'm concerned about community safety, obviously, but I'm also concerned about services and programming, and can we streamline the system that I think would make the programs more impactful and prevent young people from spending more time in the system than they need to, or returning to the system once they're released. I guess the second one would be, and close to the first, would be COVID-19. I've watched meetings, I've listened to the Douglas County Health Director, and understand their challenges. The distribution of vaccines, who's getting them, the tracking and that sort of thing. And so while I have an interest in it, again, I would have to address that by speaking with those that know more than me, frankly, about it, and then be informed myself to be able to make informed votes and decisions regarding that. And the third would be my position. Mike Boyle asked me to be on the grant advisory, I believe it's the Grant Aid Advisory Committee, of which I'm a member now. And anytime you talk about considerable amounts of money that are being distributed and decisions being made on who gets that money, families and young people and organizations, it's important. And I take that seriously. And I would have to, again, educate myself that way before I'd make any decisions.
Okay, thank you. And the third question would be, what else do you hope to accomplish as a Douglas County Commissioner?
Well, I've talked about my extensive law enforcement background. And so I think that I could bring to the board some expertise in that area, quite frankly. Not only in law enforcement, but the larger criminal justice system, the courts, corrections, but especially law enforcement. And I think it ties into several areas in the county board, certainly the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and any input I could give to the board, any information concerning any aspect, and there are many, of local law enforcement, 21st century policing, technology, personnel, so on and so forth. The other area I think that my expertise in those areas would impact would be again, the Douglas County Jail and the Juvenile Justice Center. I've tried to educate myself in corrections. I teach, by the way. I was an adjunct instructor at the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and so I've taught. And I'm scheduled to be an adjunct instructor again here very, very soon. And so, you know, those two areas especially, I know there's a criminal justice committee. And that would, I think I could, you know, bring that expertise to the board. I'd also think that I could bring, you know, I've been told I have a calm demeanor, a level head. I'm not saying anything about the current board. I'm really not. Don't miss. Let the record reflect.
You're good.
I'm
Don't worry.
But I think I'd bring a. You know, my personality is such that you know, I hope that I would be an asset in a way, in a sort of a level of calming. I'm not sure I'm articulating that very well. I'm trying to be careful not to upset the current board, but I think you understand my point.
All right, thank you. Well, now I'll turn to my colleagues. See, Mr. Ewing, do you have anything you wanted to ask Mr. Martinez?
I don't have a question, but I would just say to Mark what I said earlier, that this is probably the most talented pool of applicants that I've seen in my almost 40 years of service in the public sector, just like you have. And you certainly have had a distinguished career in this community, and I thank you for that service, because I love Omaha too, and I thank you for being part of this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, how about you?
Thank you. I've known Mark Martinez since he was in high school, maybe as a freshman or sophomore on the baseball fields at Brown Park in coaching, and have followed his career, and it's been unbelievable as an example for all of us, as a model for public service, as a police officer, as a U.S. Marshal, and all the other things that you've done for this community. And I admire you for all the work that you've done, and there's a tremendous amount of talent that you have that would be very good for this county board, so thank you for applying it. Like I said, I know your family, know all your family, and we're very fortunate to have you here as an applicant, so thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Well, Mark, I don't have any questions, but I just, Janet said something that I couldn't agree with more. So I believe, did you retire? Well, I guess I do have a question. You retired from the Marshal Service in like 2017 or 2018, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Janet said something about you showing up at meetings not as really in any official capacity other than you just care. And I've been going to, well, I haven't been to a SONA meeting in person since early 2020, but when I was going in person, 2019, 2020, you were usually there, and there's really no reason for you to be there other than just because you care. So I just thought that was a really good point by her, and I just wanted to mention that. So, and obviously I agree with what these two had to say. We got about 7 minutes and 35 seconds left. You certainly have that time to, I mean, you don't need to use all of it, of course, but just any final comments you'd like to make.
Yes, I guess I didn't, touch on all my community. And I was taught to be a humble person, so I'm praying that this doesn't come out as some sort of arrogant presentation. But I said at the outset that I hoped at the end of the interview that you would understand. Excuse me. You could feel where my heart's been. It's been in the city, and particularly in South Omaha, but certainly citywide. I've served that district for, again, many years. I've lived there my entire life. Didn't see the need to move out. But I've tried to be loyal to those organizations that have helped me along the way. The Boys and Girls Club, again, sitting down with young people there and just interacting. The UNO Goodrich program, speaking to Goodrich students and soon to be teaching Goodrich students, by the way, but speaking to Goodrich students about just about life and about education and how to do the best you could do and have a balance between social activities in college and studies. The UNO baseball team was asked by the head coach to give a talk to the UNO baseball team here about 2 or 3 years ago. And I didn't talk about competing. I may have mentioned it, but that wasn't really the point. The point was to talk about my experiences and what I did when I was a student athlete at UNO and playing baseball and trying to strike that balance, between playing ball and social activities, but also paying attention to studies. And I guess I did okay because I finally made the all-conference, all-academic team when I was a senior. But so I talked to the UNO baseball team, but it goes back to, again, remembering those individuals and those organizations that helped me along the way. And I didn't do it by myself. I've just climbed many shoulders, and I've been blessed. So I bring that community side. I mentioned PACE, I think, Police Athletics for Community Engagement, that now engages some 5,000 young people, a nonprofit that I volunteer for initially as a groundskeeper and as a coach and cooking hot dogs at their big end of the season shindig. But so those things I've tried to do, and I'll continue to do regardless of your decision. It's not going to stop. So on the community end, I'm intimately familiar. On the board side, I currently serve on the Crime Stoppers board, completely kids. I understand about budgets and fundraising, and I continue to this day to broaden my skill set. And serving on those boards really has been a blessing. And I think the one board that connects me close with the Douglas County Board would be the Omaha Public School Board, as I mentioned, multi-million-dollar budget and learning to traverse the political waters at the federal, state, and local level. I hope you see my passion and what I have to offer the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mark, very much. So for those watching, we will take a break until about 1 o'clock is when the next interview begins. So I would ask for a motion and a second to reconvene until about 1 p.m.
Recess. Motion to go into recess.
Thank you, everybody.
Until 1 p.m.
Second.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein? Yes. Esch?
Yes.
We are recessed until 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Okay, I'll ask for a motion to reconvene.
I motion that we reconvene.
Second.
Ewing,
Yes.
Klein, Esch.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is the interview of Kimra Snipes. Now, before we get to Kimra, we will first ask for public comment for proponents of the applicant, and please keep in mind, proponents, you do have 2 minutes to make your comments. So I would ask for the first proponent to please come to the microphone, and then also, I apologize, got 2 more things to mention. If you haven't signed your name on the sign-in sheet, just do so when you leave, please. We're just doing that so we get the name correct for the record. And then Kimra, as we sent out, the whole interview, including comments from the public, lasts 45 minutes, and I will start the clock as soon as the first proponent begins speaking. So whenever you're ready, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shirley L. Smith. I am a child of the Most High God, first of all, foremost. I'm an advocate for North Omaha. I am here as a proponent for Kimra Snipes. She is, first of all, my sister in Christ, household of faith. She's a single mom. She is on the Omaha School Board. She is an advocate for the youth as well as North Omaha. This lady here is remarkable. Winter, summer, spring, or fall, with a car or without a car, whatever her responsibilities are, she takes care of it. She's always on time. She's honest. She's transparent. She holds herself accountable. Kimra Snipes and Mike Boyle were tighter than 10 toes in a sock. He would be so proud to know that she was sitting here in this seat. I am so proud to speak on her behalf. Mr. Ewing, you made history. You were my neighbor years ago. We look good. I would like for all 3 of you to really search your souls and see her as the perfect candidate to fill this position. There's no one else. As I mentioned before, the youth, the millennials, are ecstatic when they see her. The school board, the adults, love and honor her. Her name should be Kimra
15 seconds.
Research Snipes. She does research, morning, noon, and night. I'm surprised that she was able to call me to come to testify on her behalf. But I ask all 3 of you, let's put Nebraska on the map by electing Kimra Snipes. It'd be greatly appreciated. All people have prayed, they're supporting her, they just weren't able to come. Thank you for the time you took to hear me today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'd like to call for the next proponent.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Anita Rojas. I'm the president of the Highland South Indian Hill Neighborhood Association. I have been president off and on for the last 20 plus years. I've known and worked with Kimra in that position, alternating between vice president and president for the last 5 years, and attending meetings that she has led through our SONA, or a collaborative of all associations in the South Omaha community. I feel very strongly, and I come here as a representative for South Omaha, that Kimra is best fit for this position. We've worked closely with Mike during the historical grant. I've been on that committee for at least 5-6 years. I've worked with Kim regarding youth programs and looking for funding to help kids to keep them in more positive positions. She tries to connect the dots all the time between what is happening in government and that into the community, so people can understand how government does work and where our money goes to and how it impacts our community. She diligently looks for answers. She's not one that stops with, yes, this is the answer and you just take this, or this is the way it should be, because times are changing, and definitely the last 2 years have reflected that. So I please ask you to take this into regards, the many numerous things that you are hearing from people that are speaking about Kim. She lives in our area. She knows the people. She deals with barriers, but deals with them in piece by piece, taking walls down, especially when you have a language
15
deficit.
seconds.
So again, I appreciate this time to speak on her behalf, and I truly wish that she will become our next commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak? Luis, you're speaking as a proponent?
Proponent, yes.
Okay.
I'm a proponent for sure. Luis Jimenez. I've recently moved into the district. I wasn't going to speak because of what often been said, that there's a good list of candidates, but Kimra asked me to speak, and I think she would make a good commissioner, probably the best commissioner. Mr. Boyle served a diverse district of all kinds of people, Latino, Black community, migrant, undocumented people. They live in this district, and so Mr. Boyle made sure that all segments of the district and the community was not left in the dark, and that's probably why he had a staying power. So that's a discussion that a lot of us are having in supporting our candidates, and I think that Kimra would serve the entire district and the county. The county is a political subdivision of the state of Nebraska, and that's important to recognize. And Kimra has demonstrated the ability and garnered the confidence of others to work with government people and Douglas County residents. She has the support of a lot of different people in her various endeavors, like Senator Ben Nelson and Don Preister, and particularly when she ran for different offices. But personally, she has been a mentor and has helped me navigate the political landscape, just like Mr. Boyle
15 seconds.
did. And she taught me that tomorrow is just as important as today. And that's very useful for me. And I think that she would be a representative that would use evidence-based decision-making when the time came.
Okay, thank you. I'll now read, we did get a few emails and letters of support for Kimra. Myron Pierce, as well as Amy Wenzel, and I apologize if I mispronounced anyone's name. So it doesn't look like there's going to be any other comments related to the item. So Kimra, you can step forward when you're ready. All right, well, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So I guess we'll get started with the first question, which is, tell us about yourself and why you are the best person to be appointed to this position.
So, sorry, I'm trying to get situated. So to me, when I think about this question, I think it really comes down to the best representation of and most consistent dedication to public service in South Omaha. I have served South Omaha for over half of my life. I originally got my start at Allen Chapel AME Church on 30th and Monroe, which I actually still attend today and serve as a steward and chair of our Social Action Commission. that continued on through my work with neighborhood associations, through youth programming and a multitude of platforms, including in OPS, in the neighborhood with grassroots organizations we started, the Boys Club, Bannister's Leadership Academy, a plethora of them, and also through my service on the Omaha Public School Board. And that service brought with it a significant amount of experience with board governance, with subcommittee work, also with budget work. Our budget is larger than Douglas County's, and I do recognize that the different divisions, departments within the county set their own budgets, but I still consider that valuable experience. I would also say that because the county board needs, and I really do emphasize the word needs, the voice of the community. And being the president of the strongest neighborhood alliance in the city, that also means that I come with a connection to that community already. People often come to me before they go to their elected officials, and that also means that connection, but also connection to a multitude of organizations that serve South Omaha, and not just South Omaha. You heard Miss Shirley, that's what I call her, earlier talking about North Omaha. It's become a bit of a running joke when I attend meetings outside of South Omaha that cameras in the room, so you better say something about South Omaha or else there might be, a little bit of an issue. And so it's those really, it's the connections. And so I've built connections over these past 20 years, and it's those same connections that actually helped me last year when I saw what was happening with COVID and what I knew would happen with COVID that allowed me to create the first COVID-19 task forces in the area. And that was a collaboration with city, with county, with my elected officials. And because I talk to everyone, my work is never party work. I work with everyone, and so I was able to bring people together from my congressman's office all the way down to include people at that real grassroots level. And the success of that allowed us to get together and even write for a grant that brought in almost $1 million, and a good portion of that went towards mental health as well. So I have focused on mental health through OPS and other community initiatives. Another example would be last year as I saw how things were playing out, and I know it was because of COVID, because of social justice protesting that was going on. I put together a 4-week mental health virtual series, and that was geared towards South Omaha. Before that, through my work with the Omaha Public Library, I created a program where we focused on trauma through literacy, and that was geared towards our young people and also young adults. And the ultimate goal of that was to really keep them out of the system. Since my program shut down due to COVID, I have watched 9 of my babies, I call them my kids, go through the system, 2 of them for a double homicide. 1 of them just got shot a few weeks ago. And before that, they were involved in programming. They had something to do, and that's another reason why it's a large focus of mine. I have my ears to the ground. I have strong relationship equity. I am a researcher. Ms. Shirley mentioned that as well. I pride myself on that because I like information, and information is how you solve problems. But in addition to that, I also practice intellectual curiosity, with the ultimate goal really being in improving mental health and improving outcomes for all of the residents in our city. So my experiences, what I have lived through myself, what I have led through, especially during a worldwide pandemic, is what really qualifies me as the best person to be appointed to this position. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. So then our next question is, what is your priority issue for Douglas County, and how do you plan on addressing that priority?
This was tough for me, and actually, I didn't really even narrow it down to one thing until probably about an hour ago. When I talk about lived experiences, that makes it really hard. If I were to prioritize, I would definitely say juvenile intervention, keeping our kids out of the system. And for me, that means identifying gaps and improving communication. To be honest with you, I had 2. The other one dealt with communication as well, and that's really with the revolving door of mental health patients that occurs. Again, through experiences with people I know, if Mr. Smith is in facility A and then Mr. Smith receives medications, prescribed medications into facility A, and then Mr. Smith is released, right? Something happens and Mr. Smith ends up in the hospital, and then Mr. Smith is released from that hospital into facility B. Facility B and the hospital have not communicated with facility A, so Mr. Smith ends up being released from facility B with new medications, right? And then what happens is Mr. Smith has a breakdown, and now he enters the system again, hopefully through a hospital method, but a lot of times through the system. And so we have this revolving door. So for me, it's really helping with that revolving door, but also really intentional. And I really emphasize the word intentional when we're talking about programming for our youth. To address that, and I think that comes with communication. So I guess for me, it's really identifying those gaps and really using the power of collaboration. Last year when I started those COVID-19 task forces, again, being that I speak with everyone because the issues are larger than me. It's not about my personal feelings. So when you collaborate and bring the right people to the table, you're able to address that. But that means really being able to communicate effectively. So those are my initial priorities.
Okay, thank you. What else do you hope to accomplish as a Douglas County Commissioner?
And again, being that this is not new to me, I would really like to see more collaboration between the city and the county. And so for that, that means also for me, like, I would say greater connection with the public, and that would be through neighborhoods, constituency, and advocacy organizations. But I think the real strong piece of that is the collaboration and the connection, and I would love to be a part of making that happen. And with my network, I know that I could.
Thank you. Well, we're asking this question because you're serve on the member or as a member of the school board. So the question is, if you currently hold an elected office, and that office conflicts with being a Douglas County Commissioner, if appointed, would you be resigning from that office and assuming the position of Douglas County Commissioner?
I would, and that was tough to me because I love serving youth, and serving on the school board has been an opportunity for that, but I also recognize that I don't have to be on that board to still advocate for students, and I want to be able to focus my time on the work of the board, and I have even considered taking away some time from my full-time job to be able to do that as well. It is that important to me.
Okay. Well, now I'll check in with my colleagues here. Mr. Klein, do you have anything you want to ask Kimera?
I don't have any questions, but I want to thank you for applying, and you certainly have all the qualifications that would be helpful for our county board. And we have, as John has said earlier, we have a lot of really good applicants. It's going to be a very difficult decision, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ewing?
I don't have a question either, but as Mr. Klein said, and I've said for every candidate today, we have probably the most talented pool of applicants that I've seen in my almost 40 years of government service. And so I want to thank you for applying as well. I know of your work, obviously, and I appreciate your service to this community, the city that I love, and I believe you love as well based on all of your efforts. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to interview you.
Thank you.
I don't have a question either, but I obviously agree with what John and Don said, and I guess I've thanked you before, but I might as well publicly thank you for one of the first, when I first became clerk, one of the first neighborhood events I went to was Salvation Army, was a
National Night Out.
Well, it was that.
Center.
It was even before. You've had me do a couple things, but it was the spring cleanup.
Oh yeah.
It was at Salvation Army,
Yeah.
and I don't know if that was Sona or if it was South.
It was
Indian
Highland
Hill.
South Indian Hill.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and yeah, we've been good friends ever since.
Yeah.
So
We say Dan is an unofficial member of Highland South Indian Hill. We claim him.
Thank you. Well, you know, we're at the end, and you have. I mean, you certainly don't need to take all this time, but you have 26 minutes, and you can use it as if you want have any closing comments you'd like to make.
Yeah. I will just say that this has only ever been about service to me. I have been a volunteer all my life, but I love it to the point where people tell me I should stop doing so much, but I love it. I love being a service to my city. I love interacting with those who represent me, and I've learned a lot throughout these past 20 years. Actually, and I've actually mentioned this to you before, I considered running for county board before. And it's actually because of my relationship with Mike that I did not. But that's because I trusted him, if I had an issue, to intentionally listen to me, but not just listen to follow through, because it's the kind of guy he was. He was old school, and that was my buddy, and so I respected him, and I did not. Again, this isn't about anything other than public service to me. People deserve to have a voice, and people deserve to have a voice that represents them at the tables that make decisions for them. I only want to be of service. I have served South Omaha, again, for over half my life. My leadership abilities, my research skills, my relationship building skills, my problem solving skills, all of the work that I have done, the ability to bring people together and be diplomatic as well, is really what qualifies me for the county board position. During a worldwide pandemic, I took charge by really bringing together our leaders, and I did it in a preventive way, trying to get out ahead of it. And I will only elevate my performance for the county, and I'll do that on a consistent basis, as I've always done, whether I was an elected official or not. If I ran for something and it didn't work out, I never left. I was still present. We have a great group of people who have signed up to apply for this position, and great is nice. Nice people are great, but that doesn't always make you the best person, and it doesn't always make you the greatest leader. This won't be new for me to be serving South Omaha. It's just me really being given new tools to be able to do the work that I have always wanted to do and been doing. So I really do appreciate the time today to be able to have this discussion with you. I'm very much so looking forward to it, and whatever happens today, the work will not stop. So again, I really appreciate it, and I hope that you give me very, very serious consideration to this position. South Omaha is not a monolith, and every person in South Omaha deserves to be represented on the county board. So thank you again.
Excuse me. Thank you again, Kimra. So our next interview is at 1:45 p.m. So I will ask one of my colleagues to make a motion to recess until about 1:45 p.m.
I motion that we go into recess until 1:45 p.m.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein? Esch?
Yes.
Motion passes.
ask for a motion to reconvene.
I move to reconvene.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein? Esch?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so the next interview on our agenda is Angel Starks, but before we get to Ms. Starks, I first will ask if there's any, well, before I ask, let me just say for proponents who wish to speak, if you did not sign in outside, if you just, you could either do so when you leave, or there is a sign-in sheet at the desk, just as long as you sign in one of those two places, just so we get the spelling correct. And then, of course, you have 2 minutes maximum to make your comments. And Ms. Starks, 45 minutes for the whole interview, and the clock begins as soon as the first proponent begins to speak. So with that, I will call for the first proponent to come to the microphone. Oh, sure, you can, yeah. And just also state your name for the record as well. We don't need your address, just your name.
Okay. My name is Lauren Bossler, and I'm a newer resident of District 1, and I'm here to advocate for my dear friend and coworker Angel Starks in leading our community at the county level. So I've lived here for a little bit over a year, and I think I have come to understand the uniqueness of our community and our culture and all the needs that we have, and I cannot imagine anybody better suited to meet those needs or understand the people that live here than Angel. And so at this point in my life, I'm not super informed on what a county commissioner actually does, but I can't see anybody better than Angel for really listening to the needs of the constituents and helping us understand what local government can do for us. I have absolute faith that Angel is fully equipped to do this job. She is super willing, and she has so much forethought into the actions that she does. She's the hardest worker I've ever met, and she is the most naturally enjoyable, trustworthy, and wise person that I think I've met in a very long time. So she's so quick to listen, and she comes up with really thoughtful and intentional solutions for the people that she's around. She's also really good at her job. She's very successful at everything she puts her mind to, and she's won pretty much every real estate award that my company even has to offer. So her profession may be selling houses, but I think her vocation is really listening to people around her and making them feel heard and acknowledged, and then finding unique solutions to their problems. She's a powerful pillar in our community already, and I think she overwhelmingly succeeds at everything that she puts her mind to, and I honestly have no doubt in my mind that she's the most capable person of being a Douglas County Commissioner. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next proponent, please.
Hello, I am Tanya Nielsen. I am a friend of Angel's, and she's also my realtor, friend first though. Angel is a very genuine, smart, and one of the most selfless people I have ever met. When I think of Angel, I think of her big smile and her warm heart first. But I always enjoy catching up with Angel, whether it be dinner or just running into her at a community event, because she's always working on something, whether it be from professional growth in a way that is better impacting the community, to teaching. She's a mentor, she's a leader, she does all things to improve our community. And the thing about that, it ranges. Angel can work anywhere with an infant all the way up to the oldest person in the community. And she just kind of knows how to go about that way. She also does a great job of getting to know people, her friends, her clients. This spring, during the crazy housing market, my realtor, I wanted a certain place to live in, and she went above and beyond her means to do everything she could to help us getting offers, but she also knew, even as a friend, the boundaries, right? So when I'm losing track of, like, when I'm getting crazy and when just a house and just losing track of everything, she was the one that kind of just reset us. And one thing I learned about Angel through that process was She knew us so well, my husband and I, as a couple, and what our needs were because we've worked with her for so long. And she knew what our next steps were, but she didn't tell us, right? And so when we came to the realization on our own, she was then ready to talk to us about it. And that's what I loved about it, was she didn't push her views on us. She respected her boundaries while knowing what the next steps were. So thank you.
Okay, next proponent, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chanel McLemore. And on behalf of the agents of Team Locale Real Estate Team, we wholeheartedly support Angel's appointment to the Douglas County Board. As our team lead, she has always tried to create an environment where we could succeed individually and as a team. She's not the type of leader that lets anyone fail. She's the type of leader that looks at the lows and the highs, and she makes it to where she will have every transaction basically be a success. We know that we can just call her or text her because she's always there. No matter how simple or hard our questions are, she's willing to help, and she puts our tasks back in front of us so that we can challenge ourselves and grow as individuals. She meets people, and then she inspires, and she also motivates and just really makes you feel like you can be something. As a team, we work together so that each of us can strive. She's carried us many times, and it's time for us to do that for her. Not often does Angel publicly announce herself as our team lead because she never wants us to feel like we are less. We are her equal, and she always says that. Angel is a leader, and she needs to be a leader for everyone, and this will be a great opportunity for her. As Angel says, may you always have an angel by your side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak? Okay. I will read into the record, or just mention the names of 2 letters of support we received, and this is since the last meeting, so I'm not repeating any of the letters we received prior to the October 13th meeting, and I apologize if I've mispronounced anyone's name. Cindy Kinsler and Jen Manjaris. Now, Angel, before we get to you, I just need to ask, are there any other public comments anyone wishes to make? Okay, see none. Angel, welcome.
Thank you.
And we'll just begin with the first question.
Perfect.
Tell us about yourself and why you are the best person to be appointed to this position.
So I am not often in the position where I get to talk a lot about myself. Usually my presence and my ability speak for themselves. So I did take some notes so I can make sure that I can paint that story for what you really need to hear. First, thank you. I'm sure that you've been given lots of gratitude today. It's been a long day. You're almost over, and I appreciate the opportunity to interview. I truly believe you have a great opportunity on your hands to do the unexpected and what is right for this time and really savor this moment. I am also grateful for my supporters. Many of the nonprofit colleagues that had the desire to be here had to navigate through the politics of public funding and aren't able to really show their support in presence, but they have been great support on the outside, and I'm very grateful for that. I am today just going to hone in on the great advice that the mayor of Ralston gave to me just recently. And he said, show up as an honest person and authentic and be yourself. So today I sit before you, a woman with deep roots in the south side of Omaha, from my family's humble beginnings in the South Omaha housing projects and surrounding areas. I hold District 1 very close to my heart. As a graduate of UNO in nonprofit administration and elementary education, I am a proud alum, been honored as a past alum, and been able to do anything that I can for the campus in order to make sure that those partnerships are there. Before becoming a full-time realtor, I served as a program coordinator of an early childhood facility, focusing on social-emotional programming, which would now fall under the umbrella of proactive mental health. I opened my own educational company, Growing Hearts Collaborative, and for the record, I am the owner and founder of the company. I label myself as the outreach coordinator because the people that need the services sometimes get intimidated by titles, and so as community outreach, it makes it much more relatable to the people that need the services. So I want to make sure that I'm approachable and that I'm relatable and not so far ahead of individuals that they can't come to me for help. It's very important for me to help people where they're most vulnerable. When I opened my educational company, I wanted to continue my impact in Black and Brown communities, specifically providing out-of-school curricula to children in the foster care system and groups that were deemed at risk within our eastern districts. At one point, I had a great partnership with the College of Education where I partnered with their prospective teachers and teacher candidates to provide free tutoring to over 100, 150 students per semester. With the opportunities that were with the nonprofits partnerships and with the College of Education, we were able to balance that and to provide lots of one-on-one tutoring and relationship for the children that we served. At some time at the Greater Omaha Chamber, working in community development, specifically with programming along the Leavenworth corridor, I fell in love with Omaha again, not because it was perfect, but because of the potential of its growth. I was challenged to love the city that I lived in, and I took that to the heart, and I did everything that I could to see it for what it was, but also to see what it could be. My profession as a full-time realtor has afforded me the opportunity to serve in various unpaid capacities, from grassroots level duties to board directorships. I served as the Women's Council of Realtors president, state governor, and regional vice president. Each level affording me the opportunity to learn as a leader and to continue to increase the skill set needed to stand before you today. As a governor, I actually insisted and helped create a virtual platform in 2019 in order for us to connect all of our western cities as well, because they were feeling like they weren't connected to Omaha, which is really easy to do. And how to do that? Virtual learning through Zoom. Everyone thought it was impossible, that it was going to be difficult, that it was unheard of, nobody was doing it, and it was just a path that nobody wanted to take. Welcome COVID, where everything became virtual. And that was the point in understanding that sometimes the unexpected is absolutely what is needed for right now. I also work with a nonprofit or organization, called Kinship Refined, where the focus is that it focuses on connectedness and belonging. Now, I absolutely have a love-hate relationship with the Nextdoor app, and I don't know if you're familiar, but on the Nextdoor app, people are able to post their complaints, their happiness, and just different shares in their communities. And I bring this up because there was one post that rang very true. There was an older lady, maybe about 55, 60 years old, and she said, "This is what I've learned from this pandemic. I love my husband, I love my job, I have no friends." And then several other people started to reply underneath it, "I'm in the same boat. I don't have community. I don't have this." And even though a lot of these individuals could have been my mother or grandmother, I said, you know what? I know that this is the need and this is completely unexpected of what it is, but come to my house and I want you to gather and create community. We are now the Friends of Blackstone, and we meet on a monthly basis and provide experiences because people need connectedness. The real estate is also the position that aligns me well with being the candidate for this appointment. Navigating conversations with many people simultaneously, identifying the common goal, negotiating the financial needs of all involved, and compromising for a greater good, all while understanding the current climate and market to identify upcoming challenges, has been my everyday life for 10 years. My ability to not only know the data, but to analyze it and effectively communicate it at a level that reaches all people is just a fraction of my value statement. I intentionally built our 7-member real estate team to ensure historically oppressed populations had representation and access to education through the many facets of obtaining the American dream. I appreciate the makeup of the county board in that it actually aligns with our team philosophy. Many voices, one team. Every commissioner has their own lived truths and perspectives, and I champion the ability to listen, speak up effectively, and work together to serve not just my district, but the county as a whole. I believe my values and my lived truths and translates to effectively delivering the message about the needs of overall health and well-being of District 1 and our county's economic recovery. So that's the answer to first one.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next question then is, what is your priority issue for Douglas County, and how do you plan on addressing that issue?
Great question. There's a lot to be said during this time, right? And I do want to honor that this appointment is only 3 years, so if that is the time that I've been allotted, there can be a lot that happens during that time. So I will focus on the now and the need that is now. As a founding member of the Council for Opportunity, Diversity, and Equity, CODE for short, which is an initiative housed within the Greater Omaha Chamber, I am cognizant of the effort to ensure diversity and inclusion is a priority interwoven within the very fabric of our community. Understanding the dynamics from all sides is imperative, and I was very proud to hear the formation of 2 DEI staff positions at the county level. I look forward to championing that as a commissioner. Of course, the millions of dollars awarded via CARES Act and NARPA is top priority. I appreciate the focus on mental health, and I provide a different perspective in determining what life looks like beyond the pandemic. The frustrations about COVID is just one layer of how our residents are coping with effects. And not just our tenants and homeowners, but our youth in and outside of our juvenile detention centers, ages birth to collegiate years. And if I'm being honest, adults are just older children, and we need the same type of services on an ongoing and preventative measure as well. We need to initiate tough conversations in such a protected part of many of our lives, and that will help our economy bounce back from accepting this temporary norm. My expertise in housing naturally pushes me towards tenant owner accommodations and allotting efficient funding for such. Whether that is bringing to light how some homeowners are overextending themselves financially due to our low inventory of homes and their property taxes increase, since we do pay in arrears, their monthly budget puts them in a financial crisis leading to possible foreclosure, depreciation, negative effects, and largely due to mental health. Or how our rents are rising, but our incomes are not. Again, my reach extends more than just my daily profession, but also serving as a director on the local real estate board and the boards of one of the largest housing nonprofits in Omaha. Both give much perspective. Communicating the needs of District 1 is my top priority. Those needs span from 1, the very taboo subject of mental health, not only in the scope of this pandemic, but the astounding number of people that are expected to thrive with high-functioning depressive or anxiety disorders. 2, the increasing number of cases and deaths involving fentanyl and opioids, a topic that hits too close to home. And I'm very grateful that the work that county is doing, but I also want to make sure that we're allocating funds in order to move forward with those efforts. 3, how our Black and brown youth take up more than 50% capacity of our detention center, which the latter 2 still point towards the need for our better mental health and behavioral services. We have the funding for it. Now we need to allocate those funds to make smart investments and keep partners accountable through metrics and clear outcomes. The county board is so unique in that it is both the administrative and legislative body of the county. This is it. So we must have varying voices, not just individuals fashioned to stay the course, but rather those who will think differently and challenge the norm, as Commissioner Boyle did so eloquently. That includes creating new policies and legislation that would move our county forward in all the previously mentioned areas. So how do I plan to do this? Showing up is half the battle. And not just around the legislative chambers, but in the community, as I already willingly do. Abnormal hours is my norm. With that, I can listen and deliver the critical information that provides more of a meaningful life for our constituents. And more, I am able to highlight possible blind spots of opportunity at the county level because it's always been about the people for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and our third question then is, what else do you hope to accomplish as a Douglas County Commissioner?
Another great question. Now, I do understand that this is, again, just a 3-year appointment, and then it turns back over to the people in 2024. And whatever the districts may look like at that time, I feel pretty confident. But I can say that I've learned more about the county governance in the time that I've decided to apply for this position than I have since all of my years. And I absolutely appreciate Lauren's authenticity that she doesn't know what Douglas County does. And for that to happen means that there's some type of gap in communication, and we need to have some type of bridge that helps communicate better with the residents of our county. And it wasn't the easiest task for me to figure out the best allocation of what my strengths were, because there's so much that we can do. Again, this is the board that provides all of those services in regards to our equalization and juvenile detention centers and so forth. And I feel that with my experience in fiscal responsibility, not only for my clients, but in the boards that I serve in, it's imperative for us to be able to communicate at their level. If we speak over them all the time, they will never participate. And what is the pipeline of wonderful leaders such as you all in order for us to make sure that people are feeling welcomed to come up to the table and have the opportunity to speak? But keeping in mind that our federal funding is not an ongoing asset. Right now, we may have the funding for a lot of great programming, but I do want to make sure that we're analyzing our options for continued capital and expansion without having to increase our property taxes. I understand we often receive legislative direction from the state, and ensuring we have the funding to implement that is always top of mind.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll now turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions for you. Mr. Ewing?
Angel, I don't have any questions, but I did want to thank you for participating in this process. As I've said a number of times today, I believe this may be the most talented group of people that I've seen in my 40 years almost of service in the community, and I appreciate you applying. I appreciate the opportunity to get to know you and also your service to our community. So thank you.
Of course, thank you. My honor.
Mr. Klein?
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I do want to thank you also for being here today. Because of all the great qualities that you have, you would be a great asset to the board. So we have a difficult decision to make, but thank you for your interest.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions either. Just echo what these two said. And yeah, I mean, you've served. I mean, I don't believe you've been an elected official before, but you've obviously have served in many other capacities. So thank you for everything you've done for the community so far, and what you will continue to do. So we still have about, we're just about halfway through. You certainly don't need to take up the remainder of the time, but now's your time to basically make whatever closing comments you'd want to make.
Thank you so much. I do want to note that the best leaders are the humble ones. And presenting my resume to all of you and to the world, honestly, is something that is not my norm. I appreciate being amongst people and making them feel welcome and knowing and communicating what needs to be said. So to create a resume and to present this to you, to stand before you and to plead on how important it is for this position and my qualities and qualifications is not a norm for me. And I have thrived in scenarios where I have had to show up as the overlooked, unanticipated, and less heard individual. But that is what has made me who I am. When I started real estate, I really didn't even understand the entire process. As a young college kid, I honestly thought the signs in people's yards was selling insurance and not homes, right? So I said, once I've been corrected and I know better, I will show up and be better, because I have the confidence and the understanding that even if I make a mistake or have to learn something new, I am willing to do that on behalf of the people that I serve. And now, 10 years later, I lead a team. I am confident in what I do as a profession, and I can have hours and hours of conversation about real estate and housing in general, as I have even participated in panels and so forth, because that is what I love to do. And that is the voice that is needed around that table. Is it's not the norm, and even though all of my connections point towards everything, any need that is there, I'm pretty sure that I know individuals that could pacify that need, or to help get the understanding, or the task force. And I think that's what we need as a Douglas County Board, is just to be able to have that strong communication and relatability. And you have a great opportunity on your hands, and I know it hasn't been easy. It's been time consuming, and I very much thank you for the opportunity. And although my resume speaks for itself, I can relate to those who, again, have been overlooked, unheard, or unanticipated, because I don't fit the mainstream corporate or public sector structure. That has been by choice. My reach has been greater because I've been an entrepreneur instead of working for one individual for the same amount of years. I chose real estate because it affects everyone, everywhere, at every age of life. I provide a fresh perspective, and I truly have the hope and heart for my district. My ability to negotiate, compromise, and come to a conclusion is a skill that is amplified by experience and personality. I am me, and I am Angel to everyone. As an entrepreneur, I also have the responsible party. I have also been the responsible party in all things HR, marketing, professional growth, business outreach, etc. That has also given me the ability and the privilege to give myself any title that I choose. So as a realtor and president and CEO, COO, CFO, CXO, lead negotiator, quality assurance manager, community outreach coordinator, event planner, all of it, I am more than qualified for this position, and I thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you, Angel. And thank you for those who spoke as well or attended. So the next interview is scheduled to begin at 2:30 p.m., so I would ask for a motion to recess until about that time.
I motion that we recess until 2:30.
Ewing.
Yes.
Klein. Esch.
Yes.
Motion passes.
I'd ask for a motion to reconvene.
I move that we reconvene.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein? Esch?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. So welcome to the next portion of the agenda, which is the interview of Jim Thompson. Before we get to Mr. Thompson, first I would ask if there are any proponents that wish to speak. Is there any other public comments that would like to be made? Okay. Well, Mr. Thompson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome. Well, we'll get right to it then. The first question is, tell us about yourself and why you are the best person to be appointed to this position.
Thank you. First of all, I'm glad to be here. It's a nice honor to be considered. My resume that you have in front of you is a quick snapshot. It's been a while since I had to fill out such a document. I thank my daughter for helping out with some of the language and so on. She's in the business of hiring and such like that, so she helped to refresh what I used to have to do more regularly. Since I started my own business, I didn't have to write a resume. I just chose me as president, so it was pretty easy. Of which I've been running for about 10 years now, so it's been a good experience. Project management, I'm good at that naturally. Supervisor experience in my prior life with the Veterans Administration, dealing with what you have to do as a supervisor, writing job descriptions, performance evaluations. I've done all that. It's entrenched in my former life, current life, because I don't really practice it too much anymore, but it hasn't left. My community committees that I've been involved in, still involved in, it's fun, it's rewarding, it helps me achieve a satisfaction level that through volunteerism is wonderful. Since I moved to Nebraska, found out that you can do things in this city, this community, and make a difference. So I do that, probably too much, because I don't get too much stuff around the house done that I want to get done, but that still gets done eventually. So I'm involved, and that's just part of my nature. I'm well-rounded in the business world. The county budget is actually significant compared to the NRD budget, of which I've been dealing with for 20 years. I can handle that. My past experience with contracting, purchasing, and interviewing architect engineers, for example, that is something I naturally do as well. I can apply that experience directly. I possess a certain amount of business acumen that is required when you're making rubber stamp decisions or have questions about the business at the county and our NRD, for example. We go through it. It's not always automatic, but you got to have that keen sense of the business world and what's going on in that regard. That skill can directly apply as a commissioner. I possess a strong work ethic, the Midwest work ethic. Born and raised in Minneapolis, moved to Milwaukee, Missouri, ended up here in Nebraska with the intent of moving on. After a second child and third child, I said, this is not a bad community to stay in. So here I am, 40 years later, and it's wonderful. It's a great community. I'm glad to be here. But within that tour around the Midwest, I'm very proud to possess that work ethic that if you got a job to do, you do it. And that's recognizable from my friends and family that moved around the country. We're fortunate to have that in the Midwest, and I somehow through the water that we drink or whatever, that's become nature for me and a lot of us. I possess a good sense of humor. Grew up not too far from Lake Wobegon in Minnesota, and I want to thank Mr. Garrison Keeler for providing me with a positive, ongoing perspective of life. Of growing up also in a not so ideal situation at home, we had to find humor in life. And I don't try and be the funny man, but I think it adds to the nature of whatever business, whatever committee, whatever you might be involved in. I've had 20 years experience in elected office. I was first appointed to the NRD in '97 and ran for election, didn't know what that meant. Found out, lost, came back again, won 4 years later, and I've been on ever since. So I have a broad knowledge in that experience with the bureaucracy and the operation. Douglas County is a little bit, well, it's a high office, so, but the process, the bureaucracy is parallel to my personal experience. I also take a nonpartisan approach to problem solving. That's important in whatever level of government you serve or whatever community, whether it's not even talking politics. You gotta look at the facts and analyze, and I feel that I possess that naturally. Why am I the best? Well, it's difficult, very subjective. Being Scandinavian, I can't really say, gee, it's in our nature to be quiet and unassuming. And, but my years of elected position is definitely an asset to the consideration. I've worked with hundreds of people at all levels of knowledge and capabilities and personalities. That does not only include the work experience with the federal government and the private sector, but also in the church, the community, the wide spectrum of folks that you deal with in your life. I've done that, still do it. I coached Little League for 10 years. My son didn't become a rising star, but I learned a lot in trying to teach kids not how to just necessarily hit the ball and catch the ball and run, but as they grew up from 7-year-olds on up to in their teens, you do a lot as a coach, and it's more than just baseball. I didn't know how little I knew about baseball till I tried to coach it, which was significant. But you deal with the tears and the scars and the skills, and that's an invaluable lesson that actually you can apply later on in life as well. Also with church. It's interesting when you want to replace carpet in a church, how controversial it can be. But I've been through that, and it's you manage, you get by. I've dealt with our congressional delegation as well, with going to Washington D.C., talking to our elected officials there, trying to get the things we need to get for the natural resources district. So that's kind of quite a range of folks that I've dealt with in my experience, and would continue that. After retirement from the VA, the additional jobs I've had only widened that spectrum of dealing with people, from sales to all the different business situations. So I'm proud to take a proactive approach to a lot of issues. The other candidates, they also have a wide range of experience, but I feel mine, particularly with this position as a county board commissioner, would apply directly.
Okay, thank you. So our next question is, what is your priority issue for Douglas County, and how do you plan on addressing that priority?
The question is a priority issue, and so I'll tackle it as issue first, and then go on to the next question and expand. But healthcare is what I would envision the number one priority. There's two sectors of that. COVID-19, I love the stats when the health director gets up and talks about this, that, how many beds. That's very significant, trying to monitor the program. I'm going to go a little further, though, and I would say the county needs to advocate and apply resources to get everyone vaccinated. I've been vaccinated. I believe in it. I think society as a whole should recognize that vaccination is going to help control this thing. Go back to, we were just talking Spanish flu in 1919, how everyone wore a mask. I'm not a believer in this, it's my freedom thing, it's a freedom of society that it's a goal of society to say, hey, we don't want you sick. I have a good friend who doesn't believe in vaccination. He said, I don't want you to die. And that's the bottom line. I don't want my friends or anyone to die because of this disease that we can control. I think with the care money, we ought to have, Douglas County ought to hire a PR firm and get those folks vaccinated. That's a real problem. We can't keep just listening to stats and hope and wish and gently talk. I think we got to take a proactive approach to the health care. In addition to the health care of our county residents, the Douglas County Hospital, the VA Medical Center have both been labeled antiquated. My goal for a county commissioner is let's build a new hospital. You know the VA wants to build a new hospital. Let's put one right down there in 42nd Woolworth. We can build that facility with an appropriate partnership in the private sector. The VA proved it in their ambulatory care addition, that beautiful addition on the grounds of the VA. They've been wondering for years, let's get that 1950 structure at the VA replaced. Douglas County structure, it houses old people. I think those in their later years need a state-of-the-art facility. Why not partner with the VA and hopefully the private sector, put a new building there, they're spaced, it can work, and that's something that the county commissioners should put on their agenda to seriously look at. It's needed. When we talk about state-of-the-art healthcare, there's nowhere in, well, there is other places, the Mayo Clinic, but if you're going to be sick, Omaha's not a bad place to be sick in because of our healthcare. And why not treat that for those who need our government assistance, whether it's a veteran going in the door and going to the right, or a county individual needing care, going in the door and going to the left. I think it's possible to build a facility that can handle that type of thing. Technology can worry about who's paying for what and why, but there's a consolidation effort that can be beneficial to anyone who needs that government care. So that's in a big swipe at health care for the county, but that'd be a top priority.
Thank you. Then our third question is, what else do you hope to accomplish as a Douglas County Commissioner?
Having watched the Douglas County Board for a number of years and even presenting before the board, it covers a lot of territory. The first thing, one of the things is the infrastructure. Steve Jensen, former city planner, did a study about the full build out of Douglas County. By 2050, this whole county will be built. Housing development, strip malls, et cetera, all the land's gonna be taken for full build out. I wanna know, we have to plan for the infrastructure for such. It's gonna happen. I'm not a fan of urban sprawl. Sure, I like infill, I should say, of those areas that need infill, but the reality is this county is growing. Jurisdiction of Omaha versus Douglas County, we can debate that all day long, but we don't have time. But seriously, the county roads, the county bridges, we can't just take a passive view at that. We got a plan now. The sewage facilities covering from here to the western boundary, we have to start addressing that now. I really think that infrastructure is something that if we don't plan now, it'll be too late. So that's got to be on the agenda. Children, Simon and Augie, you know who they are. They're my two grandchildren. Love them both, 9 and 4 years old. I care for them, not only as family, but for their future. As a co-creator of Kids Day with the Leavenworth Neighborhood Association, we reflected the value of children in our lives. Even as a Little League coach, it's more than teaching them baseball. I feel we need stronger efforts in the juvenile justice system. I'm not an expert. I don't want to claim to be, but I would fully support whatever we need to do. The new building going up, whatever the controversy was, it's gone. The controversy will always be there, and rephrase that. But we're proceeding, and when Commissioner Rogers says we're not going to need as many beds as we have now, I've got to believe him, but we got to put our resources towards helping the juvenile justice system help the youth of our day. More support to other agencies like the court-appointed special advocates, YES, and other youth-oriented programs. I think the county has to put their money where their mouth is on that, because the youth is definitely worth the investment. I mentioned Garrison Keillor. He has a favorite quote that I wrote down when I first heard it, is nothing you ever do for children is ever wasted. And that's a good motto to go by, and not only as a life motto, but also when you have money, a lot of money, I think children's a wonderful investment. The other thing is objectivity. It's always beneficial to review operations and systems. The county's no different. I don't know how many employees, but they do a job. Lots of things around this county in this building. And in my past life, I do reviews of VA operations in the acquisition material management section. What do we do? Why are we doing it? How the forms are filled? Why do we have the forms? I think that, and I don't want to micromanage. Stay away from that. I'm not suggesting that. But I think it takes a fresh face to say, well, we're doing that, why? And perhaps look at that and streamline operations. I've got that experience, my prior supervisory experience, and I think that can be brought in the fold. One other thing, consolidation of operations. For years, I think every 5 years, the county is supposed to be reviewed by state law to consolidate duplicate efforts for the city of Omaha. We've done some of that with the purchasing. I think there's one purchasing from one aspect, but how much more have we done? And I'm not suggesting getting rid of Douglas County Sheriff versus Omaha Public Police Department, but what other factors can two government agencies, especially since Douglas County is only in charge of 20% of the entire landmass, what can we consolidate as a county and city to make it better for the taxpayer and still provide the level of service that can be provided? For the most part, who does it is invisible to the general public. When you look into it, we all know we have our territory. I try and look a little different like that, at that situation and say, doesn't matter who. Let's do it for the betterment of the society. Those are four things that I would want to sit on the board and talk about as time goes on.
Okay, thank you. I'll now turn to my colleagues. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions for you, Jim, but I just want to thank you for being here and for being a part of this process and applying, and also for your history of service. You know, your history of service has been very beneficial to the community, and particularly your work with the NRD, and then also your work with veterans. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Ewing.
Jim, as I've said a number of times, but I truly believe it, this is probably the most talented group of people I've seen apply for a position in my almost 40 years of government. So I thank you for being part of this process and applying, and also for your years of service in this community as well. It's important that we have public servants that really want to serve the community, so thank you.
All right.
Jim, I don't have any questions either. I'll just echo what these two gentlemen said, and appreciate your years of service to the Leavenworth Street Neighborhood Association And I know Don mentioned veterans, but I know I think you're still involved. I think your resume says you were. Yeah, the tee off kind of golf outing that you helped organize, right, for paralyzed vets. I think that's just a really a cool thing that and fun thing that you do, and I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Are you going to let me answer the question about my office?
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, sir.
Since I prepared it.
We will, yeah. So, well, you know the question, but I'll ask it anyway. So as an NRD board member, if that office conflicts with being a Douglas County Commissioner, will you be resigning from that office and assuming the position of Douglas County Commissioner if appointed and if there is a conflict?
No, I wouldn't. Very simply, it's a low office. Douglas County's Commissioner is a high office, and that's been pointed out to you before. I've got 14 months left in my term on the NRD. If I were to consider resigning, why would I want to put that board through the process you're going through for a short period, relatively short period of time? I'm still chairman, so I'd have to resign as chairman, resign as a member, appoint a new chairman. That takes a while, and then for a term of less than a year. I'm very capable of handling both. Our meetings are in the afternoon and Tuesdays and Thursdays once a month. County board meets in the morning. There's no conflict. I don't know if the general question was about conflict of interest. Having dealt with that on my on our board and Accountability and Disclosure Commission down in Lincoln talks about conflict of interest. It does conflict scheduling as holding two offices, but not necessarily as conflict of what's on the agenda. That would come into play, of course, if I own a business and you're going to award a contract to me or a family member, then I would recuse myself. But as far as the two positions, it happens a lot. But in this particular case, I wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're about halfway through, and you certainly don't need to take the rest of the time, but if you have all that time to make any final comments you'd like to make.
Well, I do, and to close, I want to certainly let you folks know it's my desire to continue my community service in this higher level. With my experience, knowledge, and skills, I know I can apply these in a positive contribution to Douglas County as a whole. I'm a realist as well, almost to a fault, I suppose. I believe in discussing the undiscussable. That's not always popular, but in my opinion, necessary, because we got business to do in government. People talk about transparency, but sometimes you just got to discuss the undiscussable. For anyone paying attention to the Douglas County Board and dealings with the Papio, Missouri NRD, we have been at odds. I can't hide that. It's part of the record. It may be perceived that Jim Thompson could conflict with the rest of the board, but in reality, I've been the messenger. And as time goes on, my one entity I represent, if that were to conflict, and it means we discuss it and we look at it and find the facts. They'll still need to be addressed for the mutual good of both organizations and both missions. And that I have to say because it's part of the reality of this. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. Thank you, Mr. Ewing, for your vote of confidence. I know it has nothing to do with the tens of thousands of checks I've given you over the years. Thank you, Mr. Klein, for your dedicated years of service. From what I heard on the radio this morning from your opponent, I hope you continue to provide years of service for our organization. And Mr. Esch, thank you for your dedicated years of service. The role you play as county clerk, perhaps you should think about changing the title because you do so much more than the perception of what a clerk should be. I was a supply clerk. I moved my way up to supply manager So I want to thank you for that. And finally, although one more candidate to go, endorse the feelings expressed by Mr. Ewing that there is a great pool of candidates to consider. And I know you guys will do your best to decide. I hope that the talents expressed by each of the candidates that you heard and will hear will continue to serve our community in various ways. It's needed. I'm involved. That kind of positive work in our community is needed, and I applaud all the candidates who have come forward, whether they made the cut or not. Finally, it's my pleasure to hear my old acquaintance Mark Martinez address this board. With a family member in the law enforcement field, I'd like to publicly congratulate Mark on his multiple career successes. It's been a while since I've talked to him. We've both been busy over the years. And I want to thank my friends and supporters, those that wish me good luck, and good luck in your decision.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, so the next interview is scheduled for 3:15 p.m. I would ask for a motion to recess until about 3:15 p.m.
I move that we recess until 3:15.
Ewing.
Yes.
Klein. Esch.
Yes.
Motion approved.
for a motion to reconvene.
I move that we reconvene.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein? Yes. Esch?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. And now we're moving on to our final applicant interview of the day. Patrick Vendetti. First, are there any public comment from proponents of the applicant that would like to speak? Yeah. Yes, please. And sir, while you're sitting down, just a reminder that there are 2 minutes are what you get to make your comment, and then Mr. Vendetti, once the public comments start, we will start the clock on the 45 minutes.
Just want to thank the board for filling the void of Commissioner Boyle. He's done a great job. I've watched your sessions, especially when it comes to budget. And in regards to Pat.
Sir, can we get your name for the record, please?
Oh, my name is Eugene, E-U-G-E-N-E. Last name C-R-I-S-A. F as in Frank, U-L-L-I.
Thank you.
I think Pat is bringing to the table to address the concerns during this transition period for the board. His heritage is from what they call Little Italy here. I'm not from Little Italy, but I'm familiar with the ethnic groups there. And he knows that there's been a change in the complexion in terms of new transplants coming in, new building, new groups coming in from the south part of the district, as did Commissioner Boyle. And Pat is the type of person that he will listen to all those sides. His concern is to be of benefit during this transition period till it comes to an election of and by the people. And that's all I have to say. And I want to thank you, gentlemen, for what you do as board members and during this process here, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak? Okay. I will announce a letter of support that we received since the last meeting. It was from Doug Kagan in support of Patrick Vendetti. Are there other comments that anyone would like to make right now? All right, if not, we will call up Mr. Vendetti. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm sure it's been a long day.
It's been all right.
Pat Vendetti, 1235 Park Wild Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska, 68108.
Thank you. So our first question for you is, tell us about yourself and why you are the best person to be appointed to this position.
First and foremost, I've been a resident of District 1 my entire life, as well as the vast majority of my family. I'm pretty much well familiar with the boundaries from downtown to the Sarpy County line, and of course 42nd, 48th to the river. And within those parameters, within that little enclave, I've got so many friends and relatives living in District 1. And in addition, I've got a couple of brothers, have two brothers that served, I believe, with you. John on the Omaha Police Department, my brother Bernie, and my brother Charlie. And you know, John, out of the clear blue, I was attending Mass 2 days ago, and a gentleman that is retired from the city attorney's office came up and said, you know, I know one of the board members. And he said, how's the campaign going? I said, well, I'm about $5 million short right now. But in all seriousness, John, he said, I'll never forget, there was a murder case somewhere, and we were in church, and he was talking quite softly, and he said that you had to go upstairs, and you were one of the first officers that had arrived. And he said you did the most thorough investigation of any officers he's ever worked with. And I just thought you should know that, John, coming from one of your fellow colleagues in City Hall. In addition to my brothers, my uncle, Judge Sam Caniglia, believe it or not, when he wasn't a judge, he was our baseball coach when I was 10 years old. And his son, who was on the county board, was the assistant. But to talk to the assistant coach today, he says he was the head coach, not the assistant. So anyway, his brother Chuck, and I believe Chuck worked in the sheriff's department as well. I started my teaching career at Westside High School in 1966. And I served many roles. I was a classroom teacher for the first couple of years. In addition, I became ombudsman. In addition, I was assistant athletic director and assistant dean of boys with Bill Hoyt. And I was also the director of the adult education program at Westside, the evening program. I was hired by Sam Howell. Back in my days, Cathedral High School, I was the custodian here well, actually, it was in the old city, in the old building next door. Enjoyed those many nights working here in the courthouse, cleaning the cans, cleaning the floors, scrubbing the floors. We had a good time, and some fond memories there. All my degrees were here in Nebraska from Peru State, from to UNO, and then I received my doctorate from the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. Going on as a state senator, I think one of the first things that come to mind when I first got to Lincoln, there was a major piece of legislation that required a great deal of research. Research that I didn't think we had here in Omaha sufficient enough to draft legislation that would have been constitutional. And I started with Father Val Peter, director at Boys Town. And then, of course, his brother Carl Peter. He was at the Catholic University, U.S. Post Vatican II, theologian, well-respected. And in addition to that, Professor Charlie Rice from the University of Notre Dame, who was also a candidate for the U.S. Supreme Court. And we did, in fact, draft legislation that I felt that was constitutional. And in the 70s, that issue continues to be an issue even today. Another piece of legislation, Don, that came to mind that I was quite involved with, and it's a big issue at the present time in the legislature as well as in the race for the county attorney. And it has to do with marijuana legislation. LR 2CA, LB 481, and LB 474. I'm not sure what the exact legislative position is of those bills and resolution, but I can tell you that marijuana is such an issue today that it's spilling over our borders in western Nebraska. You can talk to anybody on the Nebraska State Patrol, and you talk about mile-high mayhem. And the concern that I have at this point in time, Don, is that your candidate is running on legalizing marijuana and reducing the criminalization of marijuana. And Don, I hope in your campaign you don't acquiesce. I hope we stay firm. I'm sorry, what now? I'm speaking of you, and I don't know his name, Don. I heard him on the news this morning, and thanks for clarifying that. And one thing that comes to mind, we talk about marijuana, in the sad note here, 2 of my former students went to make a drug sale with marijuana in Carter Lake, and it was a sale of marijuana that had gone sour. And the 2 young students, and I believe they were both sophomores at the time, the gentleman that they were to meet to sell the marijuana had a gas can. And I would have thought that the two West Side kids would have known better, but they asked what the gas can was for. And he said, my car ran out of gas about a block away. Well, I guess that satisfied the two of them. So when the marijuana was to be transacted, the gentleman pulled out a gun on the two West Side kids and shot them point blank in the head. One died instantly, and the other was shot through the right eye, and the bullet exited the back of the skull. And of course, he lived, and he played dead, and he lived to tell about it. And there were so many other instances at Westside High School where I started teaching, and I could see what marijuana was doing to the kids. There was no doubt. And I was so much concerned about this issue that when I got to the legislature, I drafted legislation that closed all of the head shops in the state of Nebraska. And in addition, when I was in Detroit, I heard a Dr. Hardin B. Jones speaking, and I did not meet Hardin at the time, but when I did hear his speech before a committee, I thought this was certainly a gentleman that I would like to bring to Nebraska and speak before the legislature. And if I could, is it possible to make record of an issue here that this was a letter that I sent to our colleagues in the Nebraska legislature. I don't think, if I could reference maybe just 2 or 3 paragraphs of the letter, would that be appropriate within the time frame?
Sure, yeah.
And again, this was sent to the members of the legislature May 13th, just a few months ago. And I'll start with the second paragraph. I am addressing you with my concerns over the potential legalization of the use of marijuana in the state of Nebraska. This is not my first or last expression of alarm. During my term in the unicameral, I, along with several of my colleagues and the late epidemiologist Hardin B. Jones, University of California at Berkeley, joined forces against legalization of the THC Delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol. And back in the days at Westside High School, the amount of THC was about 5%. And today, it's anywhere between 20 and 25%. My concern for the health and safety of Nebraskans began as an educator who observed detrimental behavioral effects on many of my almost 3,000 students where I was teaching. This clinical observation seemed a pandemic. Head shops were opening up in Omaha almost like fast food, and I was able to call attention to the situation when I was elected as a Nebraska state senator. I received some support from my colleagues in the legislature and a real boost from the Omaha World Herald, who literally published pages and pages about the situation. The Nebraska legislature successfully passed a law banning all head shops in the possession of marijuana. The law in Nebraska still stands. Under federal law, marijuana continues to be illegal to use, possess, cultivate, and distribute. In just this last paragraph, unfortunately, our educational institutions are not sending this alarming message regarding the health and safety about the use of marijuana. I know that in my driver ed program, I'll lecture for 2 or 3 hours and I'll bring in the marijuana situation. And there are many times when several of the students who just simply turn off what I'm saying. And these are 15 and 16-year-old kids. Many of them want to get into a debate, and that certainly isn't the platform to ensue a debate on that particular issue. And I know, Don, that your office over the past couple of years has been under the microscope. And as I traverse the entire district, our entire boundaries of Douglas County, I've got to tell you, Don, that the vast majority of Omahans are glad that you are in the county attorney's office. And I also believe, Don, and I don't believe I stand to be corrected on this, but I believe that the 50 shades of green that are operating in a retail atmosphere in the city and in Douglas County are operating contrary to state law. I live but a few blocks away, and I can't believe the number of people in and out of those retail outlets for marijuana. A couple of other things. When I was a state senator, you know, a couple of issues that have happened within the last many years. I believe Chick Maxwell was attempting to look at information regarding combining city and combining the city and county services. I did something similar when I was in the state legislature, but it didn't garnish a lot of support. But it was an attempt to combine OPPD and MUD. And I just simply thought that the ratepayers could save a lot of money with one building, with one set of attorneys, with one set of everything, instead of having two buildings, two sets of attorneys, and two directors, and and again, I would like, if appointed to the board, I would like to research perhaps maybe the possibility. But I think even more importantly, the most important thing that, if elected, my charge would be to work with the other commissioners on their goals and their objectives. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think the functions of the county board are somewhat foreign to most people. I called the other day to get some information, and I was referred to Paul, I believe the last name is Cohen, and I've got to tell you, he was so informative, and what an asset people like Paul would be in any department of government. And I was certainly grateful. And Paul didn't know what my goal was. And then in the middle of the conversation, it was brought to light that I was getting this information to present to you before the county board, or before the board to elect the county board member. The one thing that I talk about in my driver's ed program every time I see a group of new students is the carnage that continues to happen on our streets and highways all across America. And I think this is totally unacceptable. 100 people a day dying in car crashes in the United States, many in our backyard. And the sad part about this it's all because of human error. It's hard to believe that the 100 people who will die today, and those that died yesterday, and those that will die tomorrow, are dying because of human error. I was traveling down the interstate near 42nd Street, and there's a sheriff's truck parked there monitoring the speed of the cars. And I happen to be traveling about 55 or 60, and there are cars passing me like there's no tomorrow. And then all of a sudden, they make that little turn, and they see that sheriff's truck there, and those brake lights come on like a Christmas tree. And you know, and I often think, if we would, at the federal level, at local levels of government, be it here in the city or county or the state patrol, if we would add another 50 or 60 highway patrolmen, county sheriffs, would that make a difference in the number of people killed? I think it would. And I just wish that sometimes we would prioritize monies that would go toward the health and safety of all Nebraskans. Sad part about in 2019, 13% of all drivers that were ticketed, they were under some illegal drug. And why don't we have more sobriety checkpoints? I wish we could do that. Prosecution strategies, and Don, this is right up your alley. I don't believe today that many drivers get behind the wheel and drive with any concern being arrested or being caught by the police. And I just think sometimes if we could change that attitude of the drivers, I think we would save not only money, but we would save a lot of lives. Right now we have 80% of all people that comply with our seatbelt laws, 80%. Why isn't it 100%? It's because of the law. The law says you don't have to wear a seatbelt. And our kids in driver's ed know that. Mom and dad know that. What would happen if we made it a primary law? People respect the law. And if the law says you have to wear your seatbelt, I think the vast majority of Nebraskans, instead of 80%, I think it would be almost 100%. But for some reason, our colleagues in the legislature don't feel that to be a real issue. And, you know, anyway, just in closing, I just simply want you to know that LB 991 with regard to marijuana is still the law. And it was passed by the Law Enforcement and Justice Advisory Committee, and it was approved and signed by the governor on April 23rd, 1980. And I know, Don, that'll be one of the major issues in the campaign, and I don't believe you will acquiesce in, like your opponent. And finally, I'm happy and very proud to be a Catholic. And for some reason, the Catholic religion hasn't been very clear, for example, on the issue of abortion. And I say that because two theologians, the first week in November, just before the election, these two theologians at Creighton University, Miller and Salzman, came out in support of the Biden, Kamala Harris, and Kara Eastman ticket. And that op-ed went all across the country. And I'm thinking, is the Catholic Church supporting abortion? These two theologians were wanting the electorate to vote for abortionists. And that's where our federal dollars are going today. And I approached the president of Creighton University, and I asked the question if he gave permission for that op-ed to appear in the Omaha World Herald. And I also asked if it was approved by the Board of Trustees. I got no response. 2 months went by, 3 months went by, still no response. So I went to the provincial in Chicago, Illinois, and the provincial is the one who oversees the Jesuit community, and he oversees Creighton University. And I sent the same question. And to this day, still no response. So I'm a little bit confused when it comes to doctrine, when it comes to what is in the best interest of our community where we live, whether it's Omaha, whether it's across the United States. But I can tell you that if elected to the board, my main goal would be to work with my colleagues on the board. Do I have anything right now that I would go in there and charge and want? I don't have anything in particular. Again, if I had any charge at all, I would like to maybe research some things that are of interest to me and I know interest to members to Douglas County. And at this point, I would be happy to answer any questions from the board.
All right, thank you.
Or from the committee.
Thank you. Well, I know you did. We have two more questions for you. I know you covered some of this stuff in your opening remarks, so I don't mean to be redundant, but I'm going to ask the questions anyway. What is your priority issue for Douglas County, and how do you plan on addressing that issue?
You know, Dan, I think the major concern, especially within the last 2 years, has been the pocketbooks of most Nebraskans and most people across this country. And I would think that if we could go through that budget with a fine-tooth comb, and I remember John DeCamp, a good friend of mine in the Nebraska legislature, and he was speaking to the Omaha Press Club. And he said that 33% of what taxpayers pay in taxes can be thrown down the sewer. I'm thinking, what, 30%, 33, 35% of what we pay in taxes today? So I guess my concern is whether it's at the city level, whether it's at the county level, whether it's at the state level, are we doing things that are fair for the taxpayer? And does it mean perhaps maybe combining the city and the county with the services that both of them provide? I don't know. But if we can research this and come up with some answers, that would satisfy me. And you know, Dan, I think that would be one of the charges that I would have. I would love to see an increase in law enforcement, and I just think that with law enforcement, and I'm talking about law enforcement especially as it relates to driving. If a police officer's at a red light and you're right next to the police officer, you could be talking on your phone. You don't have to have your seatbelt on, and nothing is done. But don't do that in the state of Iowa. You go to the state of Iowa and you don't have your seatbelt on, you're in trouble. And there are some states that will even film you while you're talking on your cell phone. If that be the case, then you are in monetary trouble as well. I think people respect the law. And the laws that we have in Nebraska, in some cases, just simply are not deterring many people from doing what they do. I don't know, Dan, does that kind of hit base with your question?
No, absolutely, yeah.
And Dan, one other thing. My wife was a student nurse at the St. Catherine's School of Nursing, and her roommate was Rosie Haubach. And I have the utmost respect for Rose. And she was one of your most ardent supporters in all of your campaigns. And your name was mentioned many, many times. And Rosie, she let us know who you were.
Well, thank you for sharing that with me.
Any other questions from the committee? With that, I'd be happy to answer.
And again, I know you have potentially already covered this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway because we've asked it of all the applicants. What else do you hope to accomplish as a Douglas County Commissioner?
You know, the one thing that I think is always important is being able to talk to people. And I see people every day, whether it's at the Sons of Italy, whether it's at different meeting venues all across the county. And I gotta tell you that so many times I will hear input from our constituents. And to be perfectly honest, at this point in time, is there any one particular issue that seems to be most vociferous? And I think it all has to do with the pocketbook, holding the line on what we spend. And that would certainly be a charge of mine.
Great. Well, now I will turn to my colleagues. Mr. Ewing, do you have any questions for Mr. Vendetti?
I don't have any questions, but first I'll thank you for the compliments you shared earlier, and also thank you for being part of this process. As I've said numerous times today, I believe this is one of the most, if not the most talented group of people applying for a position that I've seen in my almost 40 years of public service. So I thank you for being part of this process and all of your service in the legislature as a teacher and other places that help make Omaha a better place. So thank you.
John, one other comment. I've got to tell you too. I'm at the treasurer's office quite often, and I've got to tell you, before your administration, it wasn't a pleasant place to go. And with 9 cars in our driver education fleet, and with all the property that I own, I can tell you, I could go to your office, and within 20 minutes, I would be out of there. And John, thank you for your.
Thank you, sir.
For your
Mr.
overseeing of the Douglas County Treasurer's Office. Thank you.
Pat, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your interest, because you've always been somebody who's been willing to serve. And thank you for your prior service with the legislature. You certainly have the requisites being a lifelong resident of this district, and knowing all the people that you know in this district and what their desires and wants are to be on the county board. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your teaching responsibilities that you've had over the years. I don't have any questions, but we sure appreciate your interest.
Don, thank you. Dan, thank you. And John, thank you. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say, I don't have any questions either, but I wanted to mention that I went through your driving school, and I think I'm a pretty solid driver today because of it, so thank you.
Thanks again.
Yep. All right, well, go ahead, John. Oh, thank you. Patrick, if you want, I mean, I know we did offer the other applicants to make a closing statement. I mean, if you had anything else to add, you certainly can. Okay.
Thank you again.
All right, thank you. Well, you know, I know on the agenda there isn't a time for the next item, but we have kind of made it known to the community that about 4 o'clock is when we would take up the next item, so I would like to recess until about that time.
All right, I'll move that we recess till 4 o'clock. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Second.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein?
Yes.
Esch?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Motion to reconvene, please.
So moved.
Second.
Ewing,
Yes.
Klein,
Yes.
Esch.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, before we get to the next item, I do want to mention that since the interviews began, we did get another email or letter of support from Maggie Alabati for Sarah Howard, and I apologize, Maggie, if I mispronounced your last name. The other thing, gentlemen, I know we did this at the beginning of the meeting, but I feel like there's a good chance there's more eyes watching us right now. So I'd like to just, again, thank the Building Commission. We'd like to thank the Building Commission for all their work in getting this set up today. I'd like to thank CTAC and the Knowledge Network for all their help on getting, and DOTComm for helping us get this streamed live and on TV. I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Office for their help today. And then, of course, our staffs for all the work they did. We really appreciate it. So the next item is appointment of Douglas County Commissioner for District Number 1. So just to remind everybody, that could mean we actually make an appointment today, or it could mean that we decide that maybe we need to narrow it down or meet again next week. We do, if that is the case, we do have the room 702 reserved for 9 a.m. But for now, I would just open it up to discussion from anybody about the appointment of Douglas County Commissioner for District Number 1.
So my thought, Dan and Don, is that we have a ballot with all 7 of the candidates listed. I would suggest we take a vote and see where we come out and then have discussion if we need to. But if we get someone that gets 2 votes, I believe they're the person that we can appoint. Is
Tracy, your county attorney's office, yes, someone would have to, it would have to be at least 2. Have to be at least 2.
I agree with that. And, you know, but I know I'm going to say something that all of you would say, that it really is a difficult process for us to go through here. There are so many really outstanding candidates here. And I would just, you know, it's difficult to select just one because there's so many outstanding people. And all I would say is that don't be discouraged. You put yourself out there, and it's a great thing that you do by allowing yourself to be put out there and a decision to be made. I've been through this process before on an appointment, and I didn't get the appointment. And so, you know what? One door closes, another door opens. I'm just telling this for all the candidates. And you know, there'll be an election in a few years for this position, and there are other elections, and there's other ways to serve. So there's some outstanding folks who applied for this position, and they shouldn't. All the people that don't get it from the one that does shouldn't be discouraged or think there's any problem with anything about them at all. It's just it's a difficult process for us to do, and we're going to do our job here and make a decision. So, but I'm agreeing with the process, John, that we just go ahead
And if I could, I'd like to just share some more thoughts with the candidates. I think sometimes people don't see the processes that you've gone through to get where you're at. And I just want to share with people, I've had several times when things didn't go exactly the way I would have liked them to have gone in my career, and I just decided I wasn't going to give up. We have, as I've said to all of you, probably the most talented pool that I've ever seen for this position. I often tell my staff when they are testing for promotion that I actually tested for lieutenant 3 times before I finally got promoted. I also remind people that I ran for Congress, thought I ran a pretty good race, came close and didn't make it. So the bottom line is I am committed to serving this community, and I know all of you are as well. So I would just encourage you to continue to do that and never look at this as a loss. Anytime you go for your dreams and you compete, you have won. So I just would say to all 14 people who started this process, you're a winner. So I just am honored to have met some of you and honored to get to know some of you that I've known a lot better. So thank you for your participation and allowing me to be part of this process. And I would say one last thing. I do fully agree with County Attorney Don Klein that it should be an election versus us having to make this decision.
Before we get to the ballots, I think we would, if we do the ballots, then we do need a motion and a second afterwards to,
I'll move that we vote. We do a vote.
Yes, no, I agree. I'm just saying, I feel like after, if, let's just say there is at least two votes,
sure,
that we
absolutely.
need to make a motion and a second to approve that vote after, would you guys agree with that?
I don't understand what you meant.
Well, so, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I was just similar to last meeting when we did the vote. And then we do a motion and a second to approve, depending on how the vote would
after
come
the
out
vote.
after the vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my understanding is that we're doing a vote now. This isn't a vote to narrow the field. We're voting for the person that we want to vote.
Correct. I just feel there probably needs to be a motion and a second to confirm.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So, Teresa, your county attorney's office, and I would say yes, that's the way we did it at the prior meeting. And the reason is the Open Meetings Act has a preference for a roll call vote, but with 8 candidates, it's easier to do it by written ballot. And so we did prepare a written ballot for you today, Sherry Larson did, and we're going to proceed in that manner if that's agreeable to the committee. But then, so that we then capture the roll call vote, which is the preference of that statute, then we'll ask you to do a motion and a second on, and confirm that applicant is taking the position.
Okay. Well, before I ask the clerk to give us the ballots, I would just like to make it known that if, let's just say there is a applicant chosen, I would like, after we make the motion in a second to approve that, I would like to take some time to explain my vote if it turns out there's and obviously I extend that opportunity to both of you as well. So, Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
All right, we're going to follow the procedure we used last time. We'll state the committee member's name and who they voted for, and we'll tally that. And at the end, we'll tell you what the vote is. So, for Don Klein, voting for Mark Martinez. Dan Esch, voting for Roger Garcia. John Ewing, voting for Roger Garcia. So we have 2 votes for Roger Garcia and 1 vote for Mark Martinez, which I believe would move Mr. Garcia forward.
Then I would ask for a motion to approve the appointment of Roger Garcia to be the Douglas County Commissioner for District 1. And Teresa, I thought I pulled up the email you had, but it was contingent upon the appointee being bonded.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is a condition of being a commissioner.
Well, we'll wait for the vote first, so, or motion.
I make a motion that Roger Garcia be appointed to fill the vacancy for Douglas County Commissioner, District 1, pending being bonded.
I'll second.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein? Esch?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
Before I get to my comments, Mr. Garcia, we're working with county administration to get the process, or we will, when they're aware that this would be coming. So now that they know that it's you, they will get the ball rolling on getting the bonding process started. So I feel like I owe the applicants and the residents of Douglas County an explanation on why I chose Roger Garcia. You know, like John said, and we're not saying this to be nice, I mean, it was a pretty talented pool of applicants. And I guess for me, the reason why I chose Roger, certainly the election from last year, only losing by 3 votes, and then couple that with the process that we went through this year. You know, he never stumbled. And there was, I mean, I thought there were some interviews today of people knocking it out of the park, quite honestly. I don't know, in most cases, if I would have been able to make a decision today, because the interviews were that well and the applications that we received overwhelmingly were pretty good, even people that didn't make it here today. But I don't think anybody did better than Roger overall. And there may have been, maybe I thought someone maybe made a better point on a certain topic here and there, but overall, I thought nobody was better than Roger. And the fact that he only lost by 3 votes, to me, that is why I chose Roger Garcia for this role, because I thought he just really performed well, and the recent history of the election.
I would say to the candidates again that, or applicants, that everyone was a talented group of people. There were some people who did an amazing job today in their interviews and made this process very tough for me. And when I'm in the treasurer's role hiring people, I would have made some other positions or hired over the amount to hire some of you. But in this case, I could only pick one person, and Roger did an outstanding job in the interview process, as well as I cannot ignore the relationship he had with Mike Boyle. I cannot ignore the fact that he came within 3 votes of winning an election, and those voters of District 1 and their thought that he was someone qualified to be their county commissioner. So I took all of those factors into consideration, and though it was a tough decision, that in my mind was the fairest decision for the residents of District 1. And some of these people, like Mark Martinez, I've known Mark, we grew up together. We were young men in our early 20s when we started the Omaha Police Department. So I've known him close to 40 years. And so that, along with his competence, makes it a tough process for me. Camara, you did an amazing job in your interview as well. So that also made it very tough for me. So I don't want to keep trying to name people, but I did want to say that about those 2 people.
And I just want to say it was, to me, it was so close. But I'm looking forward to working with you as a commissioner, and congratulations. And like I said, I look forward to the next several years and beyond in working with you in the capacity as a commissioner. So thank you.
All right, then I just want to thank you both for working with me in this kind of unusual situation, but you guys are, I mean, I've known this obviously for years, but you guys are great people to work with, and it's been a pleasure. So go ahead. Sure, yeah.
Oh, what can I just really quick? I just wanted to say that I consider you and Don, my friends Dan and fellow co-laborers working for the citizens of Douglas County, and I've appreciated the efficiency in which we've been able to do this very complicated and difficult process. Thanks to your staffs and my chief deputy, I think we had a great process that was fair and transparent.
Yeah, it was an honor to be here with you, and like I said, it was a pretty smooth process, but it wasn't an easy process.
No.
Because the task we had at making a decision was difficult. So thank you for all your work, both of you, and all the staff.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you had something?
Yeah, I just want to let the committee members know that we will be preparing a resolution for the written piece of the statute, and we will send that around on Monday for signatures. We're going to do DocuSign with that, so you'll get it on your email. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Ewing?
Yes.
Klein?
Yes.
Esch?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.